obviously, so. There it is.
Okay, we are on condition.
I am in the position of having chosen this and pitched this, and so I have nobody to blame but myself. And all of us who sort of formulated this are like, we're not saving somebody else's game, we're living our own. So it's freaky, scary. It's on the line.
We have a lot of pressure riding on these tests. We've been very exhaustive in our approach, so we don't expect any surprises. Nevertheless, they wouldn't call it a test if you knew the outcome. So we fully expect them to be successful. I dare say we're confident, but anytime you deploy a parachute, you never know what's going to happen.
It ran over with the front tire and it jumped up, whipped the thing up, dropped it back down, and then the back tire caught it. Ran right over, 3-inch gouge in it.
What are the odds of that happening? We had all our cameras ready to go. Test crew was doing a walk through the test section. We had one final change to do the test setup. Required maneuvering the scissor lift, and we had an incident. We lost a tire. We've got about an hour and a half of crew time left before we lose the crew for the night. So right now, it's very much in doubt whether we'll test tonight. We'll see what happens. There's no way we're gonna get that replaced tonight. The only hope is to find a spare here. And we don't have a spare. Do we have another scissor lift we can cannibalize? We can't just go pick up another tire. These are not commonly available. They're an odd size, so even if we wanted to, nobody's open this time of night. But we're pretty much in danger of losing a test day because of this. I mean,
What time are you gonna make the call?
I'd say 25 minutes, 25 minutes, and then we gotta call it. Because at 11:30, everybody turns into pumpkins. They found something. Let's see what that looks like.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not gonna do it. We're stuck. We're running the test, but we're the ones being tested. Biggest wind tunnel in the world, and we're on hold because of a flat tire. So doesn't always go the way we want it to. In terms of being tested, I think the hardest thing is just to maintain your focus on the problem that you're trying to address. And every aspect of this project is unforgiving. You know, there's 100 daggers that could kill us when we try to make this mission succeed at Mars. And it's very difficult to stay focused long term. You do the same thing for a number of years or a few years, and you can just grow tired. You know, it's easy to overlook something that you might not have overlooked before just through mental exhaustion. Once we launch, we can't take anything back. So we have to think of everything ahead of time and make sure that you don't let anything slip through the cracks. I think that's probably the most difficult thing. It's very taxing. There's no limit to the amount of hours we can work in a day. How many hours were you allowed to work in a day? It's 12. When did we get here? So you guys are happy with this? It's gonna work? All right then. I guess we'll stand back. All right.
The best case scenario here is that this is very boring.
Yeah.
A boring test is a good test. The less we discover, the better. We've had too many discoveries on this development. So I'd be very happy to learn nothing new on this test campaign.
Everyone, please stand by for drive start. Initiate drive start. Drive start at 12:13:47. Copy that. Please record static point. Asking for FM2 start. FM3 start. FM3 start.
This is the shot I'm gonna get. And you know what? It's gonna be an awesome shot.
You're gonna have trouble timing it.
Think so?
Yeah, I don't think Al. I mean, if you knew exactly when Al was gonna pull the trigger, you'd know.
40 knots. Okay, we are on condition.
Here we go.
Okay, Al, the firing signal is yours. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, baby.
That's it, buddy.
Adam, please try to stand by.
It was just picture perfect Marte deployment test. The parachute came out exactly what it was supposed to. It inflated properly. It was textbook. It was perfect.
It's a little bit of a wind.
That's the strongest I've gone in here.
This is the strongest we've had it in here. We left it up for this, so we can see that. I think it was good.
The testing is sort of, in some sense, the proof of the pudding. And there's a little bit of anxiety as you get ready to do that. Because, I mean, probably for many reasons, not the least of which is you spend so much time talking about things and figure things out. And the test is sort of a cold, hard truth waiting for you at the end of that. There's also, in some sense, a relief because the team has been holding the goodness or badness of this in themselves, sort of in the force of their will and their intellect and their personality. And the test sort of gets to take some of that weight off their shoulders. It says, yes, you're right, and it is that way, or you're wrong, and it's not that way. But it helps shoulder some of the weight of the responsibility of determining whether the thing you're working on has become all that you wanted it to be.
40 tons we hang off the Technora thread. 2,000 pounds a piece.
Each one.
Yeah. We could do 2,000 pounds. 80 lines. Let's take a break. It's going to be a while before they do this.
Just hurry up and wait.
Hurry up and wait. Faster. Now sit down.
It was a nerve-wracking test because of all the failures that we'd had previously, the difficulties we had had, some of the mysterious things that we'd seen during these tests.
Stand by.
We really didn't have any more backups in terms of ideas on how to fix this. And it was kind of our last hurrah here, our last chance to get it right. And so there was a lot riding on these tests. happened to notice out of the corner of my eye that it was April 1st. So I was like, oh man, we can't just let, you know, a good April Fool's Day go by without doing something. So I went to Al Wachowski and I said, Al, how do you feel about having some fun at Doug's expense? And so he was up for it. And that's when Pat, the test director, he said, hey, well, why don't we just tell him that we didn't get any data? And that was beautiful because the data is everything on this test. If you run the test and you don't get any data, you might as well not have run the test, and you can't go back and redo it because once you unpack the parachute, you can't go back and repack it without damaging it.
I don't know.
What happened?
I heard the mortar. I punched the button,
You don't
and it
think
was
that-
like boom. It was gone.
I got the photographers in on it too to tell Doug, for some reason, the cameras went out.
Battery died. No money shot. The big picture shot's gone. What is up with that? What, did ET land during this test or something?
The D3s had the lens caps on.
What's up with this test?
You know, they did the whole GG thing. Like I had no idea. So
Hope that he wouldn't really believe that I'd be that incompetent as to leave the lens caps on, but he bought it.
you know, I had taken the drives out and left the caps on.
We also don't have any, hold on, we also don't have any facility data. So the only data we have is off those load pins.
Maybe.
If we have data off those load pins. But right now, this is the test that didn't happen. It's the phantom test.
Doug started saying, well, maybe we can, figure out what the parachute load was, just by the wind tunnel measurements, how fast the air was going. And that's when Pat happened to be standing there. I'm like, oh, Pat, did we collect wind measurements? He's like, I think we lost that one too.
What's your total pressure? Earth's pressure.
That's total pressure?
It's not coming
Did we have, was there some sort of power surge or something? Right at 1 a.m.?
Doug was phenomenal. You show your true character in moments of crisis like this, and it could not have been a worse situation. Everybody in the spoof, in the trick, everybody had failed. Everybody. And Doug was totally cool with everybody. He was totally cool. He didn't take it out on anybody. He didn't lash out at anybody. And just right at the last moment there when Anthony from Pioneer told Doug, sorry, but your last data source, don't know why, but we lost it.
Now, Anthony, you're not playing a joke on me here, are you?
Personally, I probably would have lost it. I probably would have flipped out, gotten really angry, like right there on the spot. But Doug just kind of looked up. I couldn't let him go with the pain any longer. I think I let him dwell there for a few seconds, and that's when we gave him the countdown. April fooled him.
April Fools!
I'm gonna kill you punks. This is April 1st. This is April 1st.
He was a really good sport about it too, and it worked out well. We got you, Doug.
Before Curiosity can explore Mars, it's got to get there first. The last stage of the launch vehicle gives the spacecraft a final push and spins it up for our 8.5-month cruise to the red planet. Ten minutes before hitting the atmosphere, the cruise stage separates and final preparations for entry begin. Hitting the atmosphere at about 13,000 miles per hour, the spacecraft begins to slow down. While slowing down, the spacecraft uses its thrusters to help steer toward the landing target. We throw off weights to rebalance the spacecraft so that it's lined up for parachute deploy. After slowing to about Mach 2, or about 1,000 miles per hour, we deploy the parachute to slow down even further. Once we're below the speed of sound, the heat shield separates and the spacecraft looks for the ground with the landing radar. Once we reach an altitude of about 1 mile, the spacecraft drops out of the back shell at about 200 miles an hour. It then fires up the landing engines to slow it down even further. Once we've descended to about 60 feet above the ground and are going only about 2 miles per hour, the rover separates from the descent stage. As the rover is lowered, the wheels deploy in preparation for landing. Once the rover is on the ground and touchdown has been detected, the descent stage cuts the rover loose. It flies away, leaving Curiosity safe on the surface of Mars. One of the first things Curiosity does after landing is to deploy the mast, which supports many cameras and instruments. Curiosity shoots a laser at an interesting target. This helps us quickly understand the kind and composition of that target from a distance of up to 30 feet. If the target's worth a closer look, Curiosity can drive up and inspect it with the instruments and tools at the end of its arm. The drill on the arm allows us to grab some of that rock and deliver it to the laboratory instruments inside the body of the rover. Those instruments can tell us even more about the mineral composition, getting us closer to understanding whether life could have existed on Mars. Curiosity will be exploring the red planet for at least 2 Earth years, and there's no telling what we will discover.
Hi, I'm Ben Thoma, the mechanical lead for the assembly, test, and launch operations of the Mars Science Laboratory project. We've already sent the heat shield, the back shell, and the cruise stage. And on this trip, we're sending the descent stage and, of course, the Curiosity rover herself. There's an enormous amount of logistics involved in planning such an operation. When you're talking about moving an entire spacecraft, along with all of its support equipment, literally across the country, it takes months and months of planning and weeks to execute. Curiosity is flipped upside down for its ride to Kennedy Space Center, in the same orientation that it'll be for launch. In this orientation, we carefully wrap Curiosity in a big, huge bag. That bag acts not only as a Faraday cage, but it keeps Curiosity clean for her journey to Florida. When she's all bagged up and ready, we have many engineers and many technicians gathered around and safely lift Curiosity up and down into her shipping container base. We'll lift a big lid on top of that shipping container. It's that shipping container that is then used to transport her across the roads and across the air on her journey to Florida. We actually arrive at Kennedy on a C-17, a military cargo plane, which will land at the same landing strip that the shuttle lands at. The team and I are really looking forward to our launch this November from Kennedy Space Center. I'm Ben Thoma, and this has been your Building Curiosity Update.
1, 0, and liftoff.
One of the most challenging aspects of this mission happens before we even land, and it's picking the right landing site for the mission. We want to study the habitability of Mars. We want to really figure out if it was ever capable of supporting life. And the way we do that is to really follow the evidence of water on Mars. One of the most interesting things about Mars is that it's changed over time. What we see on Mars today is very different from what occurred in the distant past. And water is the real interesting thing that we're looking for, the history of water, how it's changed over time. One of the biggest challenges to studying habitability on Mars, which is the goal of the Curiosity rover mission, is to try to follow that signature of water. Where was the water? How long was it there? And where do we go to look for evidence of it? If we were somewhere like this, where there's a pretty obvious geologic record of water flowing, carrying material down, that would be a home run. But the real challenge is finding that one spot on Mars to send this great rover mission to. We have 4 wonderful landing sites, all very different in character. And the real challenge for us as scientists is to come to a consensus on which one of those sites offers the best chance of fulfilling the goals of the mission. There's a place on Mars called Marte Vallis, which has the brightest mineral signature of clay minerals on Mars. And these clay minerals are known to form in the presence of water and neutral pH water, not acidic, not too basic, just the kind of water that would be friendly to life. Then you have terrestrial geologists who say that the rock record should be the thing that we follow, the landforms that look like they were carved by rivers or floods. So you have sites like Holden Crater, which is a big impact crater many miles across with a river coming into it, perhaps forming a lake multiple times and flooding the crater, leaving a geologic record that we can study with Curiosity. Just upstream a little bit from Holden Crater, there's a place called Eberswald Crater. That same river system in Eberswald has left evidence of a delta. Just like the Mississippi River Delta, these things form when muddy, silty water deposits its silt, its mud, into a formation, into a standing body of water, like a lake. And so you have people that study deltas on Earth who think that's the place Curiosity should go. The final site is the best place on Mars if you want to just study layered materials. So why do we like layered materials? Because just like this outcrop behind me, they give a record of time, of how things change over time. By studying different layers, you can rebuild the geologic history of Mars. So there's a place called Gale Crater, which has a 3-mile stack of layered rocks. Now we don't exactly know how those layers formed, and the mineralogical evidence isn't as strong as other sites, but people who just think layers are the thing to study really love Gale. So you have these 4 different sites and these 4 different groups and very passionate arguments back and forth to try to really narrow in on what is the one site to send the Curiosity rover.
Hi, I'm Anthony Ganino, and this is your Building Curiosity update. We're up here in the 25-foot space simulator building at JPL. Here on the lab, we often call the environmental test portion shake and bake. We just got out of vibration testing, which is the shake portion, and now we're moving on to the bake portion, which would be our thermal vacuum testing. In order to complete these tests, we have to move the rover into the chamber. We do that with a series of lifts and lower it onto some ground support equipment that was previously installed into the chamber. You can see beyond this plastic shield, the rover is being worked on by our technicians to get it ready for thermal tests. When we get ready to start the test, we'll remove that plastic from the door and a large steel door will come in, close out the chamber, at which point we can start changing the temperature inside and pumping down the pressure to simulate Mars conditions. We take the rover down to about -100 to -130 C, which is about -200 to -150 Fahrenheit, and up to 30 or 40 C, which is about 86 to 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Over that time, we also are going to be adjusting the pressure on the rover to simulate the vacuum of deep space, and then taking it to about 1/100th of the pressure on Earth. We only get one chance to get on Mars and drive this vehicle around. So we want to put it in the harsh environment that it's going to see and make sure that not only do all the instruments function, but all of the temperatures that we expect to see on the vehicle are accurate to what we've modeled and planned. I'm Anthony Ganino, and this has been your Building Curiosity update.
Hi, I'm Nathaniel Thompson.
And I'm Dan Coda.
And this is your Building Curiosity update.
We're standing here in front of the large spin table. This is the machine that we use to measure the mass properties of the Curiosity spacecraft.
Mass properties describe the way an object moves through space. There's three mass properties that we measure: mass, center of gravity, and the rotational inertias. The rotational inertias tell us how the matter is distributed and spread out. It affects how easy it is to spin the object, and also how the object will wobble as it's spun. During the cruise phase, as we're flying through space to Mars, the vehicle is rotating, and it's using a camera, a star scanner, to navigate by taking pictures of the stars. If we're rotating and wobbling, we can't get a good track on the stars, and we won't be able to properly navigate. We also use our antennas to communicate back with Earth. Again, if we're wobbling too much, we can't correctly communicate with Earth. The principle of a rotational inertia test is very similar to the way you have your tires balanced at your local mechanic. The mechanic will rotate the tires very quickly on a machine that measures the amount that it wobbles. They will then put balancing weights on the tire until it spins smoothly. This is exactly the way we spin and balance our spacecraft.
Now we know what mass properties are. How do we go about measuring them? To do that, we need a special machine called a spin table. This is a miniature version of the large table that we use to measure our spacecraft. The table floats on a cushion of air. There are sensors inside the body of the table that measure the balance of the rover on top of the table, kind of like a seesaw. We've done a lot of testing already here at JPL. Now, we're packing up our table and getting ready to ship it to Florida.
In Florida, we'll be doing the most exciting test of all: a full spacecraft with fuel loaded on the table, measuring it to make sure it's ready for launch. I'm Nathaniel Thompson.
And I'm Dan Coda, and this has been your Building Curiosity update.
Hi, I'm Savannah McCoy, and I'm the rover verification and validation lead. My job is to run system-level tests on the rover structure to ensure it's capable of the requirements we have for Mars. Basically, for the Mars program, we build two rovers in parallel. One's the flight rover, and one's the test rover, or DTM. The main difference between the flight rover and the DTM rover is that the flight rover actually goes to Mars. Just recently, we ran a major test called the Sky Crane Full Motion Drop Test. This test is to check out the EDL sequence, or entry, descent, and landing sequence, for Curiosity. For the first time, we're going to be touching down on Mars with just the rover's wheels. So this is the sequence leading up to that touchdown on Mars. Because this test is so important to the project, almost all of the team wanted to gather and watch the test. We actually projected it into multiple conference rooms around the lab so that everyone could have access to this very large milestone for our project.
Test is commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
The reason we do all this testing is to prove that what we think is going to happen actually will happen when Curiosity gets to Mars, and that we really understand the dynamics of these vehicles. During this test, everything behaved as expected. We were able to collect all of the data and instrumentation that we were hoping for, so overall, definitely a huge success. I'm Savannah McCoy, and this has been your Building Curiosity update.
Hi, I'm Randy Stark, and this is your Building Curiosity update. We're here in the Environmental Test Facility at JPL, where Curiosity is going through a series of random vibration tests. This test is like putting Curiosity through a major earthquake. It's going to shake it both side to side and up and down. You'll notice that Curiosity is actually in its flight configuration, which is upside down.
3, 2, 1. We have ignition.
These tests will ensure that the hardware was not only built correctly, but assembled and will survive the launch conditions. Next will be system thermal vacuum test, where we put Curiosity in a large vacuum chamber and simulate the environments, both hot and cold, that Curiosity will see during its journey to Mars and also during its life on Mars. It sure seems like we're putting Curiosity through a lot of abuse, but the more testing we could do here on Earth will ensure a safer journey on the way to Mars and a longer life once we get to Mars. This is Randy Stark, and this has been your Building Curiosity update.
Hi, this is Richard Rainin, and this is your Building Curiosity update. I'm in the middle of the Mars yard at the Jet Propulsion Lab, where we're testing out an engineering model of the Mars Science Laboratory rover, more commonly known as Curiosity. The Mars yard was created to try to simulate the types of different terrains that we might encounter on the surface of Mars. We have everything on this Mars yard from rocks that are the size of about 25 to 30 inches in height to varying slopes, and the slopes vary from about 5 degrees all the way up to about 20 degrees, which is the driving capability of this particular vehicle. We've put flagstone on the surface to simulate bedrock. There's also loosely compacted soil. And in addition to that, we've over here created a sand pit with very non-cohesive sand, much like beach sand. If you recall, the MER rovers have had some difficulty when they've gotten into deep sand areas and actually have gotten stuck. So we're evaluating this rover and see how it behaves in the sand media. We're going to be driving up the rover on both flat sand as well as slope sand and evaluating how the vehicle behaves, how much slip, whether it gets itself stuck, things of that nature. We'll also be looking at the visual odometry markers that we have on the wheels. There are asymmetric patterns, actually holes inside the wheels of the rover, that will leave an imprint on the surface of Mars. It's going to be looking at these imprints and verifying that it has traversed the distance that it expects to traverse. If it looks like it's not traversing, even though the wheels are going, that is an indication to the vehicle that it is getting stuck, and it will stop and call back home. Testing with the vehicle has gone very well to date. The vehicle has matched our computer predictions in almost every way. From this point forward, it goes down into the test bed for avionics integration and further electrical checkouts. This is Richard Rainin, and this has been your Building Curiosity update.
T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Main engine start, 0, and liftoff of the Atlas V with Curiosity, seeking clues to the planetary puzzle about life on Mars.
Program is in right on time. 180 operating at 100% thrust as expected. And throttling down to 76%. Program is complete. And MSL is now breaking the sound barrier. SRB chamber pressures following the nominal curve. Everything looking good. And we passed through max Q. We're on closed loop on Atlas PU. Signatures as expected. SRB profile continues to look nominal. Throttling back up to 100% thrust on the RD-180. Engine parameters looking good. Flight control disturbances look as expected. SRB pressures running right as expected. Coming up on SRB burnout, we have burnout of the SRBs. Everything is looking good. 10 seconds to SRB jet. first pair and second pair. Both sets of SRBs have successfully jettisoned the vehicle. We've re-enabled guidance. Everything is looking good.
This is Rob Gannon, our United Launch Alliance Telemetry Manager. We're hearing.
Vehicle is now 32 nautical miles in altitude, 54 miles downrange, traveling at 4,900 miles per hour. And we've throttled down to hold a constant 2.5 G level for payload fairing jettison. And we fired the pyro valve, pressurizing the RCS bottle. Pressure increasing in the loop as expected. Now we're hitting our 2.5 G limit, coming up on payload fairing jettison, approximately 10 seconds. Fairing jet. And we also have a successful CFLR jettison, right as expected. Throttling up on the RD-180, everything looking good. Coming up to 89% thrust. Five seconds, spacecraft set. Achieved our targeted roll rate. Via spacecraft separation. And confirmation from our video system. And the vehicle has despun.
Three, two, one. Main engine start, 0, and liftoff of the Atlas V with Curiosity, seeking clues to the planetary puzzle about life on Mars.
The MSL rover, called Curiosity, is about the size of a Mini Cooper, and it has 10 instruments on board, all designed to measure or search for elements or building blocks of life, or to measure factors which limit the ability to sustain life. Southwest Research Institute led the development of the radiation assessment detector. RAD will be the first instrument that will be turned on the Mars Science Laboratory and will operate throughout the long journey to Mars. The primary reason for doing this is we want to characterize the radiation environment inside the spacecraft because it's different than the radiation environment that one would measure in interplanetary space by itself. The radiation hitting the spacecraft is modified by the spacecraft, and it changes, it produces secondary particles which sometimes can be more damaging than the primary radiation itself. So measuring the radiation environment in space is not new, but what is new is that RAD will measure for the first time the radiation environment inside the spacecraft, which will be very similar to the environment that a future astronaut will see inside their spacecraft on a future mission to Mars. So we're very excited because RAD will be the first instrument to be turned on Curiosity, and we'll be taking data throughout the cruise phase, throughout the 8-month journey from Earth to Mars. And then next August, when we land on the red planet, we'll actually be taking measurements on the surface of another planet for the first time.
Zero and liftoff.
That was a long day. 36 hours. About 3 hours of sleep in there somewhere. Half of it on a bus, half of it on a plane. But there it is. So now the journey really begins.
As we led up to that whole operation, we had a huge set of work ahead of us. Stowing the rover and getting it ready for shipment meant a lot of shifts in a row, a lot of complex operations with the vehicle. And you have to remind yourself, every time you pick that rover up, it's almost $1 billion worth of hardware that you're watching out for every time you do something with it. So that part got to be really white knuckles for us. It makes us a little nervous sometimes. I mean, you worry about the environment. It's on a forklift. It gets put on the back of a flatbed truck and then run down the highway to March Air Force Base from JPL. And that whole transport is just like you're driving any other truck down the highway. So it's full of bumps and it takes lumps and so it's one of those that you worry about for sure. It's a very impressive operation to get the shipping containers up into the aircraft. These boxes are incredibly large, and even as big an aircraft as the C-17 is, it is barely big enough to fit these boxes. There's an entire team of Air Force reservists who help us load this, led by the load master, who was in charge of the winching operation. Basically, they use the aircraft cable system and hydraulic winch to hook up to the container and tow it on board. As that happens, you have a team of about 8 other Air Force crew members, plus all of the payload crew members, all of the MSL crew members that we had with us, watching all of the corners, making sure that everything was clearing and that the measurements were right and that we weren't going to run into a problem if the shipping container got offline for any reason. Even despite the best planning, we can find ourselves in a spot where we still have to solve some of the problems. We need thick plywood to reduce the contact pressure on the wheels on the shipping container. You have this thing which weighs 10,000 pounds or more, and you have to make sure you don't punch a hole in the aircraft floor. So we had to get thicker plywood. We had to make emergency calls out here to Kennedy Space Center to make sure that enough plywood was on hand when we landed so that we would actually have that same accommodation on the way off of the aircraft.
Maverick attention please. Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until we reach cruise altitude. I will notify you when it is safe to move around. Thank you.
All of those operations had to be undone once we got down to the ground here at KSC, and so the operations on the tarmac, including the offloading of the shipping containers, had to be done just in the same way. The same crew then, after the 5-hour flight, stepped up and had to check all of those clearances again, make sure all of the rigging was out of the way and that the winch system was ready to help lower the shipping containers down the ramp. You didn't want it to get the shipping container to get away from you and roll out onto the tarmac and get out of control. So, but they did a really nice, careful job. And again, we had all of the same crew that were there at March Air Force Base here at KSC, plus our arrival crew. We had a fresh crew of folks who are well rested to be able to take care of a lot of the ground operations once we arrived here, so that those of us who had been going for almost 48 hours straight didn't have to also finish out that part of the job. We're about to send our baby on a very long journey to go spend its life exploring the surface of Mars. It's a big leap of faith to be able to hand off the vehicle. They have a great team on the launch vehicle side, and they're ready to take care of it. But we are definitely nervous parents.
And liftoff.
We are wrapping up the last of the vehicle test and get ready to make it a real spacecraft here before too long. It's going to be a big push, but that's kind of how the end game goes. We try to get things ready and every last thing has to be done and done right. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to do it.
We have a lot of work to do in the next 2 months because although the vehicle's in Florida and we've stacked it together just in the last couple of days, the rover's got its rocket jetpack on it, and the jetpack and the rover together have been put in the back shell of the vehicle, and right now we're putting the cruise stage on top. In some sense, that process is actually pretty straightforward. The challenge we have here in Pasadena is finishing up all our testing. All of our testing in our test bed and on the equipment, and going through and looking all the problems we had in our test program, make sure that all the problems we found were all solved and that we know what we're going to do and how we're going to fly it.
3, 2, 1, fire. Everyone stand by. Rover deck.
Testing is a lot like renovating your house. You can enumerate some very large, obvious things to do, and then when you do them, it becomes clear that there are some secondary things to do. And then when you do those, you discover third order, fourth order, ad infinitum. We require our system to be able to be robust, to survive a number of different kinds of faults, both internal faults, things breaking on the spacecraft, or loss of sun data coming into the sun sensor, a variety of unfortunate circumstances we try to make our design robust to.
Not only have we driven the rover, we've moved its arm, put it all through its paces, but it's been in a thermal vacuum chamber and kept very cold. Parts of it have been in a centrifuge. We've done drop tests, pull tests, drive tests, load tests, stress tests. It's just an amazing amount of testing this vehicle has gone through. We've done shorting tests. We've taken the vehicle and shorted electronics. We've looked to see that the radios all work together and that the rover doesn't interact with itself in bad ways. We've tried every way of operating of the vehicle using the software, literally thousands and thousands of hours of software testing. It's been just an amazing several years, really, of constant testing and development, finding problems, fixing those problems, and going on to the next problem.
The system is sufficiently complex that anything you change has to be done with great care and caution, and then tested thoroughly because of the potential for side effects, unintended consequences of the fix. The first rule of engineering this late in the game is do no harm.
This is a very, very complicated beast. This is by far the most complex thing we've ever built. It's almost hard to imagine how complex it is. And in fact, if you get close up to the vehicle, you can see the richness of detail. And in fact, this vehicle almost has fractal-like complexity. The more you look at it, the more details that you uncover. And you have to make sure when you're building this thing and testing it and designing it, that those interactions are well understood and that there is nothing about the system that will interfere with itself. And this has been a real challenge that we've had. And so every minute of the time we've been using that time with incredible intensity. So hopefully we'll take a big breath in mid-November before we launch and be able to relax and let this vehicle off the ground and finally say goodbye. I think she's ready to go.
Hi, I'm Ashwin Vasavada, the Deputy Project Scientist for the Mars Science Laboratory mission and its Curiosity rover. So a lot of people wonder why Curiosity doesn't have solar panels like the Mars Exploration Rover, Spirit and Opportunity. The Mars Exploration Rovers often found themselves short on power as dust settled on their solar panels. This was especially a problem in the short days of winter. We need a good, strong, and reliable source of power to keep Curiosity going for over 2 years on Mars. Curiosity is 2 times bigger, 5 times heavier, and has 15 times the weight of scientific equipment relative to Spirit and Opportunity. Like those rovers, Curiosity surveys the landscape and examines rocks up close. Curiosity's scientific mission involves driving around its landing site, perhaps up to 15 or 20 miles, collecting samples of rocks and soils with a big jackhammer drill located on the end of a 6-foot robotic arm. Those samples are delivered to the rover and analyzed with some very sophisticated and power-hungry analytical laboratory instruments. And that's where the MMRTG comes in. The multi-mission radioisotope thermoelectric generator is a power source that we've used for years to power spacecraft that have gone to the outer planets, and even the Apollo missions used it on the moon. Behind me you can see a full-scale model of Curiosity, including the generator in the back. On this half-scale model of the generator, you can see what's inside. The generator contains a specially produced form of plutonium dioxide. The natural decay of this radioisotope gives off heat, which these thermocouples can turn into electricity. The generator provides both electrical power and heat to the rover. About 100 watts of electrical power is used to continuously charge the rover's battery. Also, heat can be pumped off of the generator using pipes to keep the rover's insides warm, including the scientific instruments. With Curiosity's generator, there's a guaranteed way of charging the battery year-round in all sorts of conditions. Curiosity's generator was developed by the Department of Energy and will be installed on the rover just a few days before launch. But to make sure everything works together properly, the engineers installed the actual generator on the rover for the first time. The blue light that you see was just additional lighting to help them make sure they could see what they were doing. The Curiosity rover and the spacecraft that'll take it to Mars are currently in Florida, undergoing its final preparations for launch. Everything's going well, and all of us on the science team can't wait for its launch later this year and its arrival to Mars next summer. I'm Ashwin Vasavada, and this has been your Building Curiosity Update.
My name is David Gruhl, and I'm the Assembly, Test, and Launch Operation Manager for the Mars Science Laboratory Project. I'm coming to you from a clean room at the Kennedy Space Center, where my team is currently conducting the final functional test of the MSL flight hardware destined for Mars. Over here, we have our crew stage. The crew stage is comprised of a solar array, several guidance sensors, and a propellant system that basically gets the MSL spacecraft from Earth to Mars. Once we get to Mars, the vehicle will have served its purpose and we jettison it and it burns up in the atmosphere before we actually make first contact with the atmosphere itself. The back shell is the vehicle over here in white, which provides an interface to a large deceleration parachute. And over here is the heat shield, and the heat shield has the protective insulative tiles that keep Curiosity safe as all the heat is generated as we actually wake our way through the Martian atmosphere. Behind me is the descent stage. The descent stage is the jetpack that safely gets Curiosity down to the surface of Mars. Unlike Pathfinder and the twin rovers Spirit and Opportunity, which utilized airbags to make it down to the surface, Curiosity relies on the descent stage and its jetpack to actually make it down to the surface. Using retro rockets and a terminal descent radar system, this is what actually carries Curiosity safely down to the surface so that it can actually get its wheels onto the ground and perform its science. So here's the star of the show, the Curiosity rover. Here, Curiosity looks the same way that she'll look when she makes it to the surface of Mars and deploys all of her mechanisms. Sticking up off the top deck of the rover is a remote science mast, which contains all of our stereo imagery. You can also see the 6 wheels, which will actually propel Curiosity around the surface of Mars, as well as the robotic arm, which is sticking off the front of the vehicle, with the turret, which allows us to do science on rocks that are in the vicinity of the rover and return samples to science instruments that are contained on the body of the rover itself. All total, there's 9 science instruments which will return all sorts of exciting science from the surface of Mars. Up next for us, we're ready to start stacking the vehicle, and from there we're looking forward to a great mission as Curiosity launches and lands on the surface of Mars next year.
I'm John Grotzinger, the project scientist for Mars Science Laboratory, the Curiosity rover, and we're going to take Curiosity to our chosen landing site in Gale Crater, which sits at the border between the southern highlands of Mars and the northern lowlands. A really exciting spot because it's very low, and that's the kind of place where water might have pooled and possibly formed lakes. So here we see a different view of Gale Crater that has a different perspective. You can see our landing ellipse down at the bottom there, which is the white circle, and in the middle of Gale Crater is this mountain of rock that is 5 kilometers high, made layer by layer by layer. But the layers at the bottom are the ones that we're most interested in because we think that those were deposited in an aqueous environment, which is very important for understanding habitability. What you can see here now is that we're about to land very close to the center of the landing ellipse, and we have a couple of different routes that we can take. The scientists on the team prefer the one on the right, and so what we would do is drive along it. And now you can see at the base of this mountain where these lower layers are. And the layers are important because they allow us to sort of read a geological book. You start at the bottom of the mountain, and those are the oldest layers. And then the layers that occur up near the top, those are the youngest parts, the youngest chapters in the book. We will drive along up to this outcrop that we call the fence. And when we get there, we're going to study it. It's a really attractive spot for us because it contains the kind of minerals that formed in water. And then when we're done with that, we're going to go beyond and we're going to enter a canyon. And this kind of terrain around here reminds us a lot of Sedona, Arizona. And all the rocks around here are formed in aqueous environments. And so there's a lot of rock, hundreds of meters of it, layer after layer that we can study to tell us about the history of Mars at Gale Crater. Now we cross a boundary and we go into a very different type of rock. You can see how it weathers very differently. It's really rugged. So at that point in the mission, we'll be beyond our initial mission of 2 Earth years. This will take us into many years afterwards of exploration as we drive around this very rugged terrain. If we make it, we'll be able to look back over the area that we have previously studied, back down in towards the bottom of Gale Crater, back towards our landing ellipse.
I'm Scott Maxwell. I'm a Mars rover driver, and this is your Curiosity update. Through careful targeting, we've been able to shrink the landing ellipse for Curiosity, and we've been able to move it closer to where we want to actually land. In case we land in dunes that are like this on Mars, near the landing site, we want to be sure that the real rover is able to navigate around successfully in those dunes and get from the point where we landed to the point where we really want to be. So we've come out here today with the Curiosity Scarecrow rover, which is the same weight on Earth as the real rover is on Mars, to practice driving it around in the nearest thing to those dunes on Mars that we're going to find here on Earth. This is similar material and similar slopes to the dunes that we're going to find in Mars. So being able to test this rover in these dunes gives us a good idea about what the performance of the real rover is going to be in the dunes that we might land in on Mars.
Still making progress.
The performance on this rover is actually fairly similar to Spirit and Opportunity. A little bit better. We can climb in soft sand up to about 15 degrees or so, which is a little better than Spirit and Opportunity will do. We are, in fact, right now maneuvering it from an area of about 15 degrees of tilt to an area of about 25 degrees of tilt to try to explore where that break is in its performance. Our top speed is very slow, but our acceleration of that top speed is pretty much instantaneous. So we go from a dead stop to right about as fast as we're going to go pretty quickly. And it's really fun to, like, every once in a while, kind of leave the office environment behind and come out to an environment like this and see what the real rovers are going to be doing on Mars. It kind of connects you to it and reminds you that, that the computer models that we play in are a far cry from reality. This is that reality. I'm Scott Maxwell, and this has been your Curiosity Update.
When people look at it, it looks crazy. That's a very natural thing. Sometimes when we look at it, it looks crazy. It is the result of reasoned engineering thought, but it still looks crazy. From the top of the atmosphere down to the surface, it takes us 7 minutes. It takes 14 minutes or so for the signal from the spacecraft to make it to Earth. That's how far Mars is away from us. So when we first get word that we've touched the top of the atmosphere, the vehicle has been alive or dead on the surface for at least 7 minutes.
Entry, descent, and landing, also known as EDL, is referred to as the 7 minutes of terror, because we've got literally 7 minutes to get from the top of the atmosphere to the surface of Mars, going from 13,000 miles an hour to 0, in perfect sequence, perfect choreography, perfect timing, and the computer has to do it all by itself with no help from the ground. If any one thing doesn't work just right, it's game over.
We slam into the atmosphere and develop so much aerodynamic drag. Our heat shield, it heats up and it glows like the surface of the sun. 1,600 degrees.
During entry, the vehicle is not only slowing down violently through the atmosphere, but also we are guiding it like an airplane to be able to land in a very narrow, constrained space. This is one of the biggest challenges that we are facing, and one that we had never attempted on Mars.
Mars is actually really hard to slow down because it has just enough atmosphere that you have to deal with it. Otherwise, it will destroy your spacecraft. On the other hand, it doesn't have enough atmosphere to finish the job. We're still going about 1,000 miles an hour. So at that point, we use a parachute.
The parachute is the largest and strongest supersonic parachute that we've ever built to date. It has to be able to withstand 65,000 pounds of force, even though the parachute itself only weighs about 100 pounds.
When it opens up that fast, it's a neck-snapping 9 Gs.
At that point, we have to get that heat shield off. It's like a big lens cap blocking our view of the ground to the radar. The radar has to take just the right altitude and velocity measurements at just the right time, or the rest of the landing sequence won't work.
This big, huge parachute that we've got, it'll only slow us down to about 200 miles an hour. And that's not slow enough to land. So we have no choice, but we've got to cut it off and then come down in rockets. Once we turn those rocket motors on, if we don't do something, we're just going to smack right back into the parachute. So the first thing we do is make this really radical divert maneuver. We fly off to the side.
Diverting away from the parachute, killing our horizontal velocity and our vertical velocity, getting the rover moving straight up and down so it can look at the surface with its radar and see where we're going to land. And we head straight down to the bottom of a crater, right beside a 6-kilometer high mountain.
We can't get those rocket engines too close to the ground, because if we were to descend propulsively with our engines all the way to the ground, we would essentially create this massive dust cloud. That dust cloud could then go and land on the rover. It could damage mechanisms and it could damage instruments. So the way we solve that problem is by using the sky crane maneuver.
20 meters above the surface, we have to lower the rover below us on a tether that's 21 feet long, and then gently deposit it on its wheels on the surface.
As the rover touches down and is now on the ground, the descent stage is in a collision course with the rover. We must cut the bridle immediately and fly the descent stage to a safe distance from the rover.
How hard is it to land Curiosity on Mars? On a scale from 1 to 10, landing on Mars is a 20. Curiosity is the biggest, most capable Mars rover yet, and needs a new type of landing to reach the ground safely. In this 7-minute trip to the surface of Mars, we have to slow down from over 13,000 miles an hour down to 0. Hundreds of things have to go just right. Curiosity must hit the atmosphere at just the right angle, endure extreme heat from friction as it descends through the atmosphere, open its parachute at just the right time, use radar to know exactly how high it is, free itself from the parachute, perfectly fire 8 rocket engines to slow final descent, drop down dangling on 4 cables, lock its wheels into place just before landing, and cut the cables right at the moment of touchdown. And even if we do everything right, Mars can always surprise us. It's a big challenge, but a big opportunity to help unlock the mysteries of Mars.
Hi, I'm Chris White, System Engineer leading the Integrated Sample Chain Test Program, and I'm here with your Curiosity update. Today I'm standing in the MSL Vehicle System Test Bed with a test model of Curiosity rover, and we're about to do a scooping and sample drop-off test. So in today's test, we'll bring the scoop on the end of the arm down into this tray of specially prepared sample. We'll be taking images and identifying the target where we want to actually scoop. Then we'll move the arm over, open up the scoop. We'll scoop a sample of material. We'll close the scoop. We'll bring the arm back up to the front of the rover, and we'll drop a very small portion onto the observation tray. Then we'll spin the turret around and take additional images of the portion on the sample tray. Once we've acquired those images, we'll bring the turret around again and drop off a portion into the inlet covers on the top of the rover. The sample we need is not very big at all. In fact, it's about the size of this aspirin I'm holding. Once that portion is dropped in, it will go into the science instrument SAM. And when we're done with that, we'll bring the arm back out and we'll clean everything out. We have automatic cleaning functions that we do to clean everything out, ready for the next sample. This has been your Curiosity update.
Hi, I'm Matt Robinson, the MSL Lead Robotic Arm Systems Engineer, and this is your Curiosity update. I'm standing here in the MSL test bed, and behind me is the MSL test rover. This test rover is a near copy of Curiosity. End-to-end accuracy is how well we can, using our vision system, select a target and then position the arm at the target that we selected. We use our cameras mounted to the body of the vehicle and also cameras mounted to the mast to take pictures of our workspace. Our images come down and we process them. Using those pictures, we can build a 3D terrain model of the surface. Once we have that 3D terrain model, we can pick out a target. Today, you notice we have a number of rocks here with little targets on. We'll select one of those targets. And then we sequence the robotic arm commands to position the arm at the target. Once we're satisfied, we send the sequence to Curiosity. During the months from launch to landing, we can perform a number of tests which will better prepare us for using Curiosity on the surface of Mars. I'm Matt Robinson, and this has been your Cruising with Curiosity update.
1, 0, and liftoff.
We have spacecraft separation and confirmation from our video system.
Approximately 50 minutes after launch, the spacecraft separates from the upper stage of the launch vehicle. 6 minutes after that, the spacecraft transmitter sends a signal back to Earth, which is received by the tracking stations. Once we receive that signal, we're ready to send our first command up to the spacecraft, and that actually marks the beginning of the cruise phase.
There are some incredible challenges on the way to Mars. One of the things is there are always anomalies. There are always things that are going to go wrong that you never expected. You have a baby spacecraft that is now on its way to Mars, and it's seeing the space environment for the first time. So it's going to see temperature ranges from minus 250 degrees Fahrenheit to plus 250 degrees Fahrenheit. And you've got instruments all over the spacecraft. You've got propellant lines that you can't let freeze. And so there's always this challenge of keeping the entire spacecraft tuned thermally.
Some of the things that we're going to be doing during the cruise phase are some trajectory correction maneuvers, which are basically pushing us along the path of where we want to end up when we arrive at Mars. The launch vehicle puts us at a specific path on a trajectory, and along the way from here to Mars over the 9 months that we're going to be flying there, we need to make small corrections to that.
If you were trying to shoot a bow and arrow at a bullseye, at a target, and you had drawn back the bow and you had shot off the arrow, and you realized all of a sudden that it wasn't actually going to hit the target, how great would it be if you could pause in the middle, make a slight adjustment to the arrow, and watch it hit the target?
We have given ourselves 6 opportunities to make a trajectory correction maneuver. And each of those correction maneuvers uses the thrusters on the spacecraft to give a little push to the spacecraft to correct its trajectory.
One of the things that makes landing on another planet so difficult is that we're essentially trying to hit a moving target. The spacecraft left a planet that was spinning around the sun at its own speed, and we're now aiming for another planet. And we can't just aim for where the planet is at the time that we launch, but we have to aim for where we think the planet's going to be by the time that we get there.
All of those motions, the navigation team has to carefully track and predict where things are going to be in the solar system in order for us to successfully navigate to Mars.
The trip from here to Mars is over 8.5 months, and we need to make sure that we monitor all the sensitive instruments, science and engineering, to make sure that over the 8.5-month journey, everything is working properly.
The better we do our jobs during the cruise phase of the mission, the better the entry, descent, and landing phase of the mission will go, as well as the surface phase.
As a reminder, at this point, the vehicle should be warming up its RCS system and prepping to turn to entry to prepare the last few preparations for entry.
Today we did a test of the whole approach and landing, all the activities from cruise stage separation through the parachute deploy, through the power descent, all the way to landing.
We are seeing heartbeat tones indicating that the vehicle is behaving normally and has nothing to report, so everything looks good right now.
You would think it was actually landing day. We have everybody in their places with their, in front of the computers, looking at what information they would actually see. Essentially, it's like a dress rehearsal of the whole mission.
Parachute deploy tone. The vehicle is now deploying the parachute in Mach 1.7 and slowing down very rapidly.
We're simulating what the team will do and see as the vehicle lands on Mars.
We are looking for heat shield separation. We have heat shield separation confirmation from the spacecraft.
We don't actually use the spacecraft, obviously. We use the test bed as our spacecraft for these tests. It's running just like it was approaching Mars. So it's sending us information. We can send all that data up here, and it looks to us like the spacecraft, even though obviously it's sitting on the ground.
Flight nav, go ahead.
We also have simulated data for what the DSN would be getting for navigation data, for example, and we combine all that together pretty intricately, actually, so it really feels like we're actually there, and we're actually getting ready to land on Mars.
Vehicle started, has rover separation on sky crane. We have touchdown, flyaways beginning. Safe on the surface of Mars.
Congratulations.
This one is what we call the nominal ORT, where everything just goes exactly the way it's supposed to. The spacecraft behaves perfectly, the navigation is very straightforward, and so there's no surprises.
Everything was as expected. Very good landing.
Next time we'll have a group of gremlins throw some curveballs at us, basically, at the team, to make sure that they can respond if the spacecraft has a problem, to prepare the team for what they'll have to do on actual landing day.
All right, looks like from all the data that we have, we are nominally on the surface of Mars.
There was this really amazing moment at the end here when we were looking over the rover one last time and making sure that what we were seeing was good for flight. It's that final moment you spend with the vehicle, that last sanity check. Does everything look right? Is anything out of place? Is it really ready to fly? Because we're about to send our baby on a very long journey to go spend its life exploring the surface of Mars. It's a big leap of faith to be able to hand off the vehicle. They have a great team on the launch vehicle side, and they're ready to take care of her. But we are definitely nervous parents.
It's a very happy and sad day when you launch her. It's very much I equate it to, say, having your daughter get married. We basically brought her into existence, we powered her up, we spoke to her, and our team understands how she reacts, her emotions, her idiosyncrasies. She's been ours all along, and now I'm going to hand her off to the next team and they'll get to run her. They've always been on deck waiting for us to get out of the way.
Confirmation that would go for launch at this time. Go ahead and scrub. Inlet confirmed.
As launch approaches, of course, the pressure does ratchet up and you start to worry, did we think of everything that could possibly go wrong? Do we have all of our procedures ready? There are a lot of what ifs, and you question yourself and your team, are you ready to handle this? But ultimately you know that you've been trained to do this and you are ready to do this, and you've got a great team around you and a great spacecraft ready to go. And you ask if I'm nervous, the answer is absolutely I'm nervous. Am I confident that she's going to go and she's going to be successful? Absolutely. It's going to go and she'll be good.
The other day we closed the 2 hatches up on the Atlas, and I was able to touch that. I was able to touch the rover when I disconnected the purge from the rad system, and that was kind of an emotional thing, you know. Almost turned around, walked away from it, and QA was like, Dylan, wait a minute. This is the last time you're going to be able to touch this thing. And I'm like, really, that's true. So I'm over there stroking it like a little puppy and had to walk away from it, and to realize that it's almost done and then it's ready to go. You're almost kind of disappointed it's over with, but you're ready to move on to something else. And I'm ready to crack that champagne open when that thing lights and goes, and then we got to wait until August of next year to see it do its business, and that's what it's all about. So yeah, it's a great feeling.
There's this golden couple of weeks that happens just before launch, which is that we're really kind of done testing. We're done encapsulating the vehicle. It's now part of the launch vehicle provider's job to get it integrated and mounted on top of the rocket. And as far as the spacecraft goes, it's kind of quiescent. When you see what a rocket really does in practice, it's an amazing thing when it works.
The launch team's really excited. So this is very difficult this morning. Launching something from the planet is really hard. Now we make it look easy. It's not.
Rocketry is still a less than perfect business. Failures do happen. You kind of have to make your peace with the notion. It's like a suspension of disbelief, meaning that in order to get through it, you have to believe that rocket launches can only go perfectly. The good news is almost always they really do, and it's really a thrill when it's over.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
TCM is a trajectory correction maneuver. It's something we do to change the direction the spacecraft is moving through space. We're not aiming for Mars, we're aiming for Mars, the point where Mars will be in its orbit on August 5th, so that Mars will be there when we get there. We do about 4 or 5 of these as we get close to Mars, and this is just the first and the biggest of all of them. we break these TCMs into two pieces. One is an axial component where we fire the rockets in the direction of the solar panels. The other part, which we're doing right now, is called the lateral component, which is where we actually fire our rockets going in sideways, and the spaceship pushes itself laterally, and that happens as it rotates. It fires its thrusters, poof, and it comes back around. It puffs again using the thrusters again as it rotates. So it actually allows us to move sideways. In this particular case, we're doing about a 5 meter per second change in speed of the vehicle, so we can change. So by the time it gets to Mars, it'll be in the right spot. Everything looks good. It's doing its job fine, perfectly. It's doing everything we needed to do. It's measuring the temperature. It's controlling the thermal conditions of the vehicle. The computer's working fine. Everything is working just as we expect. Its whole job is basically to get us to Mars so we can land this rover.
Three, two, one.
Relay, motion. Flash engaged. Yep.
Sequence is still running.
The drive arm move back. Right back.
Things are looking good. Coming up on entry. Vehicle reports entry interface. We are beginning to feel the atmosphere as we go in here. It is reporting that we are seeing G's on the order of 11 to 12 Earth G's. Tank reversal 2 is starting. We are now getting telemetry from Odyssey. We should have parachute deploy around Mach 1.7. The parachute is deployed. We are decelerating. Heat shield has separated. We're on the ground. We're down to 90 meters per second at an altitude of 6.5 kilometers descending. Standing by for back shelf separation. We are in powered flight. We're at an altitude of 1 kilometer descending. Standing by for sky crane. Sky crane has started.
Signal to us, you remain strong.
Touchdown confirmed. We're safe on Mars.
Got thumbnails.
Curiosity is not a life detection mission. We're not actually looking for life. We don't have the ability to detect life if it was there. What we are looking for is the ingredients of life.
The Mars Science Laboratory takes this Curiosity rover with this incredible set of payload instruments to figure out if Mars ever could have supported microbial life.
By that we mean a place where microorganisms, little tiny single-celled organisms, could have lived, and that requires a source of energy and water, because all life as we know it is associated with water. And then we also need a source of carbon.
Curiosity is going to land at Gale Crater. We're going to be climbing a mountain. In fact, one of the first things we'll see when we wake up the first day on Mars is this giant mountain in front of us, just waiting for us a few miles away.
And in that mountain, there's a stack of layers, and like turning the pages in a book, we will explore these layers and look at them in terms of whether or not they preserve evidence for ancient habitable environments.
So you can think of Spirit and Opportunity as robotic geologists. Curiosity goes one step further. It's not only a robotic geologist, but a robotic geochemist.
We need a bigger rover this time around because we've got 10 science instruments and 2 of them fit inside of the belly of the rover.
We bring some state-of-the-art laboratories to do very detailed geochemical analysis of the rocks and soils on Mars, and the atmosphere as well. We have to feed those instruments by getting samples of rock with a big robotic arm and a drill on the end of it. And then we, of course, want to have all of our eyes and the other senses that we need with cameras and other detectors to monitor the weather and other things as well.
The reason it's important to have this capability is this brings us back to how we address the question and search for habitable environments again. We need to make those measurements in order to know that if life had evolved on Mars, would this be the kind of place where microorganisms could have lived?
Right now, we're a few seconds before parachute deploy. We're coming up on our suffer maneuver. That stands for straighten up and fly right. All the swinging cats in the team love a little Nat King Cole and Frank Sinatra, and that's a favorite song of ours. Here you're seeing us moving a little over 1,000 miles an hour, and we're just getting ready to remove our ballast masses that we've used to develop lift previously through flight. We're getting rid of them to straighten up and prepare for heat shield separation and for parachute deployment. We're also rolling the vehicle to an attitude where the radar will be able to lock up most effectively on the ground as soon as the heat shield is released. Now we've deployed the parachute. We are slowing down dramatically. That's at about 800 miles an hour, Mach 1.7 at Mars, and it gives us about a 12G deceleration. Here we have a split screen view. On the left is a computer simulation driven by eyes on the solar system. And there's heat shield separation, and now you see in the right hand of the screen the view from directly below the rover. We're now looking with the Marte imager at the surface of Mars in a new way. We get some black sand dunes underneath us there, and that red, iron-rich soil that gives Mars its natural color. The attitude that we have is governed by the trim angle of attack of the parachute, and that slowly walks around. So it gives us sort of a tour of the neighborhood where we'll be landing. And now, as we've turned over more, the sand dunes are not as centrally present. They're off at the edge of the image, and we're looking more straight down at where we're eventually going to land. We saw a lot less attitude disturbance than we thought we were going to. You can see sort of a little bit of motion in that Marte image, just a little bit of motion in that Marte image. And so we go from that 800 miles an hour rapidly down. Now we're running at about a little under 300 miles an hour. We were very happy with this nice sort of calm view of the ground as we slowly approach. Now we're moving at about a little less than 200 miles an hour, and we're coming up on our separation of the power descent vehicle and our transition from parachutes to rockets, and that should be coming in. There it is. We're now under powered flight. You see the motions of the vehicle become a little bit more smooth through the Marte imager, but you also see that we start some big sloughs. Those are sloughs associated with the attitude excursions during the divert maneuver. We're getting out of the way of that parachute and back shell, so we slew first to one side, then to another side, moving at 32 meters a second, straight down. Now we start decelerating, that kicks up the dust. We're slowing down to just under 2 miles an hour. And now about 60 feet, we separate the rover and you'll see, boom, the wheel come into view in the Marte imager. That means we're in the sky crane mode and we've deployed the mobility. Now we're just continuing down at about 1.7 miles an hour, gently towards the surface. We're kicking up a little bit of dust. And now we're quiet. As far as the rover knows, nothing's happened, but at this point now the descent stage has started to fly away towards impact with the surface. Once the dust settles and we deploy our instruments, there you have it. A new picture of a new place on Mars.
Hi, I'm Bob Fredosi, Flight Director with the Mars Science Lab Curiosity, and this is your Curiosity rover update. This week we did a color panorama surrounding the rover with both the mass cam and the nav cams. And we also upgraded the software on board both computers of the rover this week. The new software is like having new applications with new functionalities on the rover that allow us to do mobility, deploy the arm, and get to the science that we've been looking forward to on the mission. We also did a series of instrument checkouts. Those included the ChemCam instrument, the ChemIn instrument, Rad Science, REMS, APXS, SAM, and the additional cameras on the rover, including the MOLLE instrument. We also downlinked some Marte high-resolution data images. Those are from the Descent imager. Coming up this week, we'll be using the ChemCam to zap targets for the first time. We'll also be deploying the arm, and we'll be checking out the mobility system by doing what's called a rover bump, or a short drive. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report, and check back often for more updates.
Hi, I'm Jessica Samuels, member of the Engineering Operations Team, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. So since the nail-biting entry, descent, and landing event, we're happy to report that Curiosity is healthy and clicking off all the activities that we asked her to perform for the first few days on the surface. We first deployed the high-gain antenna to facilitate communications back to Earth so that we can communicate with Curiosity much more efficiently. We've deployed the remote sensing mast so we can start acquiring our beautiful panoramic images, and we've also checked out what the state of the rover is by looking at ourselves in addition to the Martian landscape. We were happy to find that we weren't covered in a large amount of dust as some members of the team thought might happen. In actuality, we just have some of these pebbles that have strewn the rover deck with just a fine layer of dust, which is well within the operating limits of the rover. So coming up, we're going to give the rover a brain transplant. We're wiping away all of the cruise and entry, descent, and landing software and making room for the software needed to perform the exciting portions of the surface mission ahead. We're giving the rover the capability to do the sampling portion of the mission, as well as being able to drive more efficiently to different targets on the surface. While we're doing the software upgrade, we'll still be sending images from the entry, descent, and landing event, as well as different images from the panoramas that will give us a view of what the landscape looks like around the rover. So that's your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check in often for future updates.
Hello, my name is Sanjeev Gupta and I'm a long-term planner for the Mars Curiosity rover. This is your Curiosity Rover Update. We've now been on Mars for almost 2 months and we've been witnessing the amazing new vistas of the never-before-seen Gale landscape taken with our wonderful cameras. However, much of the science team have had their eyes, and the rover's eyes, firmly focused on the ground. On the drive from the Bradbury landing site to our current location, we have been analysing 3 really interesting outcrops that we have called Goulburn, Link and Hotter. If we look at the Hotter outcrop, we can see a distinct layer that has been tilted and eroded, and this allows us to look at the cross-section through the layer. When we looked at the layer with our high-resolution Mastcam camera, we found that it was comprised of sand grains and small pebbles that had become cemented to form a hard layer. Here, you can see a pebble that is 3 centimeters in diameter, so smaller than a ping-pong ball. This suggests that this layer is an ancient gravel deposit. The surprising thing is that when we looked at the pebbles closely, we discovered that many of them were quite well rounded. This is very different to the many angular clasts that usually litter the Martian surface. Here, you can see a rounded pebble from a riverbed on Earth. On Earth, rounded pebbles are a common telltale sign of rocks that have been transported by water, for example in a river or a stream. As water flows over a riverbed, if the flow strength is great enough, the pebbles are lifted up into the flow or rolled along the riverbed, and they become pounded and battered against each other, and this causes them to become rounded through time. So what we think we might be seeing here on Mars is an ancient riverbed with the pebble beds representing old stream deposits. The size of the pebbles tells us that these rocks could not have been transported by the wind, so it seems clear they must have been transported by water. So how did this pebble deposit get to be here? If we look more broadly in Gale Crater, we can see that there is a prominent feature that geologists call an alluvial fan. Alluvial fans are cone-shaped deposits of gravel and sand that accumulate where streams exit mountains. In Gale Crater, there is a 10-kilometer long fan formed at the mouth of a 30-meter deep canyon that is derived from the crater rim. On the fan itself, we can see evidence for multiple channels suggesting that the stream bed direction changed through time. When we look at the location of the Curiosity landing site with respect to the alluvial fan, we see that the rover landed downstream of the fan. The rounded pebbles likely represent long-distance transport down the alluvial fan. So this is really exciting news for the science team because it's the first time we are seeing gravel transported by water on the surface of Mars. This has been another exhilarating week for Curiosity on Mars and for the science team here in Pasadena. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates.
Hi, I'm Jessica Samuels, member of the Engineering Operations Team, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Last week, we completed our second round of vehicle health checkouts. This was primarily targeted on the robotic arm and the hardware at the end of the robotic arm called the turret. This included the different instruments and the sample processing hardware and sample acquisitioning hardware. Our arm checkout activity was in preparation for our first contact science. This is an exciting time for the robotic arm team and the mission as a whole, as we will be doing our first placement of an instrument on a target called Jake Matijevich. Our target was named specifically for our surface operations team chief engineer, who unfortunately passed shortly after landing. The target Matijevich has been selected to cross-calibrate two of our instruments on the rover: the alpha particle X-ray spectrometer, which resides on the end of the robotic arm, and the ChemCam instrument, which resides on the top of the remote sensing mast. Recently, we completed a Mastcam panorama of a ridge, which will give us a great vantage point of the Glen Elg target area. A few sols ago, we completed an interesting campaign where we actually acquired images of the Martian moons Phobos and Deimos transiting across the sun. So that was your Curiosity rover update. Check in for future reports.
I'm David O, Lead Flight Director for the Mars Curiosity rover, and this is your Curiosity rover report. Over the past 7 days, we've been doing checkouts of the arm instruments, including the MAHLI imager, which is a very versatile instrument that can focus on things that are close by and very far away. The imager has generated some spectacular shots of the underbelly of the rover and its wheels, of a 1909 Lincoln Penny that we mounted on the rover for calibration purposes so we can check that the camera is operating properly. And it's also been used to generate a nice self-portrait of the Mastcam on the rover, a portrait that's taken by the arm looking back, the same way you would take a picture of yourself using a cell phone. We've also been testing the APXS instrument, an instrument for doing contact mineralogy science. It generates spectra that allows us to identify the minerals that are present in a rock. When the checkout of the arm is complete, we'll be continuing our drive to the scientific target Glen Elg, but we'll be stopping along the way to take some video of the Martian moons Phobos and Deimos passing overhead. We control the rover from Earth, but we have to operate it on Mars time, and a Martian day is 39 minutes longer than an Earth day. So every day, the whole operation team comes in 40 minutes later, every single day, to send commands to the rover. In the month after landing, my whole family joined me on Mars time, and we got to jump a time zone a day for 30 days, going all the way around the clock. As we did that, we got to explore Mars here at JPL and to explore Los Angeles at night, and it was a great adventure for the whole family. This has been your Curiosity rover report. Check back for more updates on what's happening on Mars.
Hello, my name is Saina Ganchi. I'm a member of Engineering Operations Team, and this is your Curiosity rover update. A couple days ago, we performed some atmospheric measurements with our instrument SAM. Scientists are going through the data at this point, and I'm very excited to say, because since Viking mission, we haven't had any instrument on Mars that can tell what is the composition of the Martian atmosphere. We also received these colored, beautiful high-rise images. They show clearly the back shell, the site where the descent stage crashed, and also very cool, you can clearly see the rover tracks on these images. Our goal is to get to Glen Elg, which is 400 meters to the east of landing sites. We have been driving for several days now. On Sol 29, we finished another successful 30-meter. We are going to park here for another 7 days and check out the arm and the instruments that are located on the arm. As you know, the arm is loaded with science remote sensing instruments, and also it has a couple of tools that will help us to acquire samples from Mars and from rock and deliver them to the SAM and Chemin instruments. So that was your Curiosity rover report. Please check back with us for more updates.
Hi, I'm Bob Fedosi, Flight Director on the Mars Science Lab Curiosity mission, and I'm back with another rover report. This past week on Mars, we did the SAM atmospheric sample, which is basically like taking a deep breath on Mars and smelling for chemicals. We also did a drive, the beginning of our road trip basically. Along the drive, you'll see our tracks on Mars, and within the tracks, you'll see a series of dots and dashes. Those are actually Morse code on the wheels. The Morse code spells out JPL, but in reality, it's a very important way for us to measure how far we're driving each day. We know how many cycles or how many rotations the wheel makes, but seeing the confirmation on the ground of each rotation helps us to analyze the soil and understand if we're slipping or not. In fact, you can see on the side of my head, I've got the Morse code shaved in. We also took a Mastcam 100 panorama, that's the 100mm Mastcam camera on the rover, of Mount Sharp and its buttes, and you can see all the beauty of Mount Sharp in that.
Hello, this is Charlie Bolden, NASA Administrator, speaking to you via the broadcast capabilities of the Curiosity rover, which is now...
We also had two firsts on Mars this week. First, we played back an audio file from Administrator Charlie Bolden, congratulating the team. That was the first time an audio file has been played back from Mars.
Roll the song, here we go.
And second, on Tuesday, we played back the will.i.am song Reach for the Stars, meant to inspire kids, and that's the first time a song has been ever beamed back from Mars. Coming up for the rover, we'll be driving towards Glenelg. That's where we actually see 3 different types of science materials, and the scientists are really excited to get there. Along the way, though, you'll see several interesting things. We'll be doing chem-cam targets of rocks and all the exciting things that we're really looking forward to. That's been your Curiosity Update. Check back for more reports.
Hi, this is Torsten Zorn. I am the Tactical Downlink Lead on the Mars Curiosity rover. Earlier this week, we had a major success when we deployed the arm for the first time on Mars. This is critical to ensuring that we can get sample into our instruments and use the arm for its scientific purposes. The chem-cam unit or chemistry and camera instrument, fired the laser for the first time on Mars, using the beam from the science instrument to interrogate a fist-sized rock called coronation. We promise no Martians were injured in this experiment. Before we could drive Curiosity, we wanted to wiggle our toes a bit and test the steering actuators. This is the first time we moved the wheels on Mars. We hit a major milestone on Mars. We completed our first drive of the Curiosity rover. We drove approximately 3 meters forward and performed 2 60-degree rotations in the clockwise direction with imaging in between. We then drove backwards just under 3 meters in order to test the wheels in the opposite direction. This put us in a great configuration to make observations of the scours left by the descent stage engines. We've got a very interesting science experiment coming up here on Mars. We are turning on the sample analysis at Mars instrument for the first time to do an atmospheric experiment. This is where we let in atmosphere into the instrument and perform various science experiments to determine the composition of the atmosphere. This is the first time that this is happening. Within days, we will start our journey to our first chosen destination on Mars, Glen Ellick. We hope to obtain our first drilled rock sample on Mars at this location. The team named the landing site this week after the famous science fiction author Ray Bradbury on his birthday, August 22nd, and he would have been 92. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for further updates.
Thrusters have been re-enabled. We will control our attitude on shoot. We are decelerating.
Wrist mode under
Our 10 kilometers accelerated and descending. We are at 150 meters per second.
Dynamics phase. Come back again with wrist mode dynamics.
Wrist mode is nominal.
We are 9 kilometers and descending.
Leads active. Valid range.
Net filter converged with a velocity correction of 0.7 meters a second.
We've acquired the ground with the radar.
An altitude of 8 kilometers.
Speed chill has separated. We've found the ground.
Expand tones due to earth occultation as expected.
We're standing by to prime the MLE engines in preparation for powered flight. We're down to 90 meters per second at an altitude of 6.5 kilometers and descending.
Flight EDO, we got some Tweedo warnings. It is in battle short mode, so it should power through them.
Direct to Earth communications at this time. We may have lost it already. We're down to 86 meters per second at an altitude of 4 kilometers and descending. We've lost tones from Earth at this time. This is expected. We're continuing on Odyssey telemetry.
Ground solution equals minus 10.8 meters, vertical velocity of minus 82.8
We are priming
meters per second.
start enabled, standing by for back shell separation.
Signal to Odyssey is still strong.
We are in powered flight. We're at an altitude of 1 kilometer and descending, about 70 meters per second.
Signal to Odyssey remains
down to 50 meters per second, 500 meters in altitude. Standing by for sky crane.
Constant velocity accordion nominal. Altitude error 5.9 meters.
We found a nice flat place. We're coming in ready for sky crane. Down to 10 meters per second, 40 meters altitude. Sky crane has started. Descending at about 0.75 meters per second as expected. Expecting bridle cut shortly.
Signal to Odyssey remains strong.
Tango Delta nominal.
Yeah. UDLCOM configured.
Rim stable.
UHF telemetry.
Rim stable.
UHF is good.
Touchdown confirmed. We're safe on Mars.
Hi, I'm Ashwin Vasavada, the Deputy Project Scientist for the Mars Science Laboratory, and this is your Curiosity Rover Update. It's been a momentous week for Curiosity. We've wrapped up our scientific study of Rocknest, which also means that we've completed the checkout and first scientific use of all of our instruments on the rover, and it truly is working great. We began the Rocknest campaign by searching for a suitable drift of sandy soil using our Mastcam color cameras. We used our ChemCam laser and our APXS chemical sensor to do an initial chemical analysis of the soil, determining whether it was similar to soils that we understand from Spirit and Opportunity, and therefore safe for scooping and sending to our laboratories. We used Molly, our hand lens imager, to take close-up views of the soil to look at different particle sizes, shapes, and colors, and how they change with depth. We then scooped up the soil and analyzed it with our X-ray diffraction instrument that can identify minerals in the soil based on their unique crystal structure. But it turned out that a good amount of the material in the soil was not crystalline, but that's no problem for our other laboratory, SAM. SAM heated up the soil in an oven and measured various gases released as the soil components broke down, such as water, carbon dioxide, oxygen, and sulfur. Not surprisingly, the results show a composition that is typical of Mars soils studied at other sites, with perhaps some very simple carbon-containing molecules and perchlorate salts. We haven't yet seen any complex organic molecules, but sand isn't the best place to look. Finally, it's worth remembering that the big questions in science, whether Copernicus finding that the Earth goes around the sun, or Darwin showing that natural selection drives biological evolution, were answered only after many measurements were taken, compared against one another, and hypotheses were proposed and tested against the data. Only then can the big picture emerge and the theory get accepted. It'll be no different for Curiosity in its mission to understand the habitability of ancient Mars at Gale Crater. There won't be any single image or measurement that'll answer everything. We're in it for the long haul. But now we know that we have a fantastic rover, a great set of tools, and a fully functional scientific payload. So let's get on exploring. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check back for more updates.
Hi, my name's Torsten Zorn. I'm Tactical Downlink Lead on the Mars Science Laboratory, and I'm coming to you with your Curiosity Rover Report. Since November 10th, we've been tracking a very large dust storm on Mars with Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, Curiosity, and Opportunity. Luckily, this dust storm has abated, and even if it didn't, it would have been fine for Curiosity. It's well within its design limitations. Recently, Curiosity was able to take a beautiful high-res image of herself using the MAHLI handheld imager. By putting together a sequence of very complex arm motions, we were able to take dozens of images and splice them together, creating a beautiful self-portrait. After several weeks of being stationary at the Rocknest site, we began driving again on SAW 100. This marked a significant milestone on the mission as we reached about a half a kilometer of total driving distance on the surface of Mars. Currently, the left front wheel is sitting on a rock that we've dubbed Bell Island. We plan to back up off that rock to bring the rock into the ARMS workspace, and we're going to do some contact science on it with APXS and MAHLI. After completing our science campaign at our current location, we're going to be moving to the east to a place called Point Lake. From here, we're going to be looking for a target to perform our first ever drill on Mars. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for further updates.
Hi, I'm Ashwin Vasavada. I'm the Deputy Project Scientist for the Curiosity Rover, and this is your Curiosity Rover Update. A lot of what this mission is about is figuring out the possibility that ancient Mars was a habitable environment. But we're also studying the present environment. Two instruments that help with that are the RAD instrument and the REMS instrument. The RAD instrument is a radiation assessment detector. It measures the high energy radiation coming in from the cosmic rays and the sun. That radiation is changed as it goes through Mars' atmosphere to where we detect it on the surface. These measurements are helping to understand what the environment's like on the surface so that future astronauts will know how they can protect themselves from this harmful radiation. Another instrument that Curiosity has that measures the modern environment is called the Rover Environmental Monitoring Station. It's basically our weather station. We measure a lot of things, including pressure and humidity, temperature, and wind. It's been seeing little dips in pressure around noon that seem like the signature of dust devils. Only thing is, our pictures haven't turned up any dust devils. Spirit and Opportunity saw lots of dust devils moving across the horizon. Our best guess at what's going on is that Curiosity is seeing dust devils go right over it. So what we think is happening is the same sorts of vortices driven by convection are occurring on Mars at Curiosity's site, but just not picking up dust. Another thing that REMS has been measuring is winds. Turns out we're in a pretty interesting place inside of Gale Crater. We're right at the base of a 5-kilometer high mountain to the south of us, and then there's a pretty tall crater rim to the north of us. And we're sitting kind of in a flat depression between the two. The winds blow up and down the mountain as the temperature changes during the day, and up and down the crater slopes, and then along the depression where we're at. So right now we're trying to figure out from the REMS data exactly which parts of that wind field we're measuring. With Thanksgiving coming up, we've been preparing a few days worth of commands to send up to the rover to keep it busy while people here take some much needed time off. The rover will be acquiring a big panorama of our surroundings while we're away. I'm Ashwin Vasavada, and this has been your Curiosity Rover Update.
I'm Pan Conrad, Deputy Principal Investigator of the SAM Instrument Suite on Mars Science Laboratory, and this is your Curiosity Rover update. While our robotic explorer has been busy characterizing the surface of Mars, the SAM team has also been busy, but we've been looking at something invisible, the Martian atmosphere. SAM, or Sample Analysis at Mars, is not one instrument, but three, all of which are designed to work together to chemically characterize Mars. SAM measures chemical elements and molecules in a mass or size range between 2 and 535 mass units, and we do this by looking at gases. We can bake solid samples until they give up their volatile components or their gases, or we can directly inhale the Martian atmosphere through our inlet ports. With our QMS, SAM is able to detect the most dominant gas in the Martian atmosphere, carbon dioxide. We've not only measured its abundance and the ratio to other gases in the Martian atmosphere, but we've also measured its isotopic character. The other instruments are a tunable laser spectrometer and a gas chromatograph, the latter being used mostly to look for organic molecules in solids. Now, the tunable laser spectrometer has a special role for SAM in that it can very sensitively detect the organic molecule methane, which has been observed from the Earth telescopically and also by the Mars Express orbiter at very, very low limits in the Martian atmosphere. We're trying to discover whether or not we can see this molecule from the Martian surface and if it has any variation from season to season. In the coming months, wherever Curiosity goes, SAM will continue to sniff the Martian atmosphere, periodically looking for changes on a seasonal, maybe even diurnal basis, and that will tell us something about the dynamics of the exchange between the surface and the atmosphere. This has been your Curiosity Rover update. Check back for more.
Hi, I'm David Bish, co-investigator on the Kemen instrument on the Mars Science Laboratory, and this is your Curiosity Rover update. We've been spending time in an area called Rock Nest, and this week we delivered a scoop of a dune to Curiosity. Kemen performs what we call X-ray diffraction measurements on powdered rocks and soil samples. And X-ray diffraction is the best method for telling us what minerals are present in a rock or soil because it's sensitive to the arrangement of atoms in minerals. As the X-rays strike the soil sample, Kemen shows us how mineral crystals distinctively interact with X-rays, and this image shows our first X-ray diffraction results. The diffraction signals appear on the detector as rings that represent the fingerprint of the individual minerals. The rings tell us not only what minerals are present in the soil, but also how abundant they are. The Kemen data provide us with distinctive signatures of the minerals plagioclase feldspar, pyroxenes, and olivines. Peridot is a variety of olivine. Just keep in mind that the olivine in the soil sample is much smaller than these crystals. Roughly half of the soil consists of poorly crystalline material, such as volcanic glass. Thus, the Martian soil appears very similar to some weathered basaltic soils that we see on Earth in places like the flanks of Mauna Kea, Hawaii. You can appreciate how revolutionary Kemen is when you consider that instruments of this type on Earth are typically about the size of a double-wide refrigerator, and the Kemen instrument on the Mars Science Laboratory is about the size of a shoebox. Kemen has been modified for use on Earth in places such as Antarctica and the Arctic. It's also been applied for the detection of counterfeit pharmaceuticals around the world, and a modification of the instrument has been used in archaeological studies to help us understand the nature of the surfaces and how we might protect them. In the coming weeks and months, we're excited to measure more X-ray diffraction data on soils and rocks to tell us much more about the geology of Gale Crater. This has been your Curiosity Rover report. Stay tuned for further updates.
Hi, I'm Nina Lanza. I'm a postdoc on the ChemCam instrument, and this is your Curiosity Rover update. This has been a very exciting week for the Curiosity Rover. It delivered its third sample to Chimera to complete its cleaning regimen, and also we've done our first Kemen analysis, and we've got a second one on the way. In its spare time, Curiosity has also been making measurements with other instruments, including the ChemCam instrument, which is what I work on. ChemCam is actually two instruments in one. It includes a camera with a telephoto lens, and it also has a laser that vaporizes a very small amount of rock so that we can tell what its chemical composition is. And as of this week, we will have done 10,000 shots with the ChemCam laser. This week, we've been analyzing rocks in an area called Rock Nest, and I'll tell you in particular about one called Zephyr. This one is interesting because it appears to be made of two different types of materials. It's got this harder, more resistant material on the top, capping it, and then beneath that it has a lighter colored, softer material that appears to erode more easily. It's actually eroded into a set of natural arches, so some of our team members have taken to calling it Stonehenge. This feature is really only an inch long. We're shooting this from about 8 feet away, making the pointing very difficult. So that's why we decided to do 9 points instead of just 2, just to make sure we would hit the material of interest. We ended up hitting both the dark and the light material, and we found that there was indeed a compositional difference. In addition to composition, we've also been able to make a three-dimensional model of the surface of this target using images from the remote microimager part of ChemCam. We've also used ChemCam to measure soils, such as cristarum. Here you can see a before image and then after image where you can see the crater made by the laser. This week, ChemCam did its very first depth profile, in which we shot the laser 600 times in a single location in order to tunnel through the surface of the rock. Now, this only tunnels about 1 millimeter in depth, but it can help us understand how the composition of the sample changes from the surface to the interior. Coming up, we'll be able to use this information that we've learned from ChemCam in order to decide which targets we should hit next with other instruments. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check back for more updates.
Hello, my name is Bettina Pavri, Payload Downlink Coordinator, and this is your Curiosity Rover Update. Curiosity continues scooping at Rock Nest this week. The MASTCAM and NAVCAM instruments provided images and video used to assess the success of the scooping and sample processing activities. These images also provided confirmation that the sampling system was successfully cleaned after the process was completed. Also this week, a soil sample was dropped off to the rover's observation tray for assessment by the science team. This sample was determined to be suitable for drop-off to the ChemIn instrument. The ChemIn instrument uses X-rays in order to image the sample and determine what minerals make it up. This helps geologists understand how the rock formed and how it's related to other rocks we've studied so far on Mars. Scientists identified numerous bright grains in the soil because of the small piece of plastic from the landing event that had been found earlier in the week. The team proceeded cautiously, dumping the second scoop collected and imaging the bright grains. These bright grains were later determined to be components of the Martian soil, and therefore the sample was deemed to be suitable for delivery to the ChemIn instrument for analysis. The science team requested MASTCAM and NAVCAM mosaics of the outcrops in the direction of Glen Elk to plan Curiosity's journey to this next science destination. This has been your Curiosity Rover Update. Please check back for future reports.
Hi, I'm Noah Warner, Tactical Uplink Lead for the Mars Science Laboratory mission, and this is your Curiosity Rover Update. Curiosity is currently at the Rock Nest location inside Gale Crater. When we first arrived at Rock Nest, we performed a wheel scuff maneuver. This is our rover's version of kicking up the dirt with your hiking boot to determine if the Rock Nest area was indeed a good first scoop target. The first scoop was successfully performed on Sol 61, and the entire team was excited to see the MASTCAM images showing the scoop full of dirt, as well as the video of the vibration activities performed with the turret-mounted tools. This vibration allows the team to level out and remove any excess sample before closing the scoop, and it also provides some insight into the makeup of the soil. Any large particles would tend to float up to the top as the entire sample is vibrated, much the same way you would shake out the marshmallows in your box of Lucky Charms. Looking carefully at images, the team noticed a bright object lying on the ground just in front of the rover. We typically call something like this FOD, foreign object debris. The ChemCam remote microimager captured a high-resolution image of the object showing that it is most likely a benign piece of plastic or shrink tube left over from a terminated wire. This could have possibly come from the rover or from the descent stage separation event during landing. Curiosity processed the scoop sample through Chimera, our labyrinth of passageways at the end of the arm that we use to sieve and portion the soil sample. We did some internal sandblasting by vibrating the sample at different orientations of the turret in order to remove any internal contamination. The team dropped the first scoop off to the left side of the rover, and in upcoming sols we will make our first attempt to drop off sample to the observation tray and the ChemIn instrument. We plan to be at Rocknest for the coming week to complete our scoop activities, and then we'll get back on the road to Glen Elg, where we'll be looking for our first rock to drill. That's your Curiosity Rover report. Check back soon for more updates.
Hi, my name is Daniel Illuminati. I'm the Surface Sampling and Science Phase Lead, and this is your Mars Curiosity Rover update. Curiosity is still heading to Glen Elg. We've just stopped at the Bathurst Rock Formation to check it out with the robotic arm-mounted instruments, a hand lens imager and a spectrometer. Got some great science data there for the science team. And now we're moving to a new location called Rocknest. And we've come to Rocknest because it has nice wind-blown sand drifts. At the Rocknest location, we really are entering a new phase in Mars exploration with Curiosity. We're starting the surface sampling part of the mission. The reason this is a 1-ton rover with a 200-pound robotic arm is because we have these tools to acquire bits of Mars, either with a scoop or with a drill, process those samples for our very sensitive analytical lab instruments. So our scoop, this is not a giant backhoe on Mars. We basically have more like an oversized tablespoon attached to the end of the arm, and we grab on the order of 20 grams of material, and we position the arm over the soil target, and then we just actuate the scoop, do a little bit of vibration to kind of level out the sample, and then raise the arm up, close the scoop, and carry on with our sampling activity. Over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be doing these scooping and sample analysis activities. And then from there, we expect to spend a few more weeks driving over to the Glen Elg area proper, doing scratch and sift science along the way with the robotic arm. And once we get to Glen Elg, we'll look forward to some exciting first-time drilling activities. This has been your Mars Curiosity Rover update. Check back for more reports.
Hi, I'm Joel Hurwitz, a scientist with Curiosity's Surface Sampling System team, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. This week, the Curiosity science team released its initial findings from its first ever drilled sample on Mars. This sample was collected from the John Klein drill site, which is located about 500 meters east of where we landed about 7 months ago. Curiosity obtained her first drill sample and passed that sample on to her onboard analytical instruments called ChemIn and SAM. These powerful instruments tell us about what minerals are present in these rocks and whether they contain the ingredients necessary to sustain life as we know it. What the Curiosity team has found is incredibly exciting. When we combine what we've learned from our remote sensing and contact science instruments with the data that's coming in from Kemin and Sam, we get a picture of an ancient, watery environment which would have been habitable had life been present in it. As an example, the information that we're getting from the Kemin instrument tells us that the minerals that are present in this lakebed sedimentary rock at John Klein are very different from just about anything we've ever analyzed before on Mars, and they tell us that the John Klein rock was deposited in a freshwater environment. This is an important contrast with other sedimentary environments that we've visited on Mars, like the Meridiani Planum landing site, where the Mars Exploration Rover Opportunity has been operating since 2004. At that site, sedimentary rocks record evidence of an environment that was only wet on a very intermittent basis. And when it was, the waters that were there were highly acidic, very salty, and not favorable for the survival of organic compounds. This is in direct contrast to the freshwater environment we're seeing here at the John Klein site. The SAM instrument is telling us that these rocks contained all the ingredients necessary for a habitable environment. We found carbon, sulfur, and oxygen, all present in a variety of states that life could have taken advantage of. All in all, these few tablespoons of powder from a Martian rock have provided the Curiosity science team with an exciting new data set that tells us that Gale Crater and perhaps all of Mars contained habitable environments. This is an incredible success for the Curiosity mission to Gale, and the science team is looking forward to digging deeper into Mars's ancient watery past in the weeks, months, and years ahead. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates.
Hi, I'm Louise Jandura, Sample System Chief Engineer, and I'm here with your Curiosity Rover Report. This was a great week for Curiosity. We got to see something we've been waiting for quite some time. Sample in the scoop confirming that our first drill on Mars collected as we had expected. This was an important event as this is the first time a drill has been used on Mars to collect sample for analysis by instruments on the rover. We use these computer-generated images of different volumes to help us visually identify how much we've collected. We were able to estimate that we collected about 14 cubic centimeters of sample, or about a tablespoon, and this matched our expectation of what we would see in the scoop when we got to this point. Our drilling capability gives us the ability to get inside this rock. The first thing you notice about the material is that it's a different color. Gray, not the reddish-orange color all around us. That reddish-orange color is a sign of an iron oxidation, a kind of rusting process that's occurred all around Mars. Since we've been at Yellowknife Bay, Curiosity has done more than 100 MOLLE images and more than 12,000 laser shots. You can see the telltale laser grid pattern from the ChemCam in this image. Additionally, you can see a fine-grained structure of this rock indicating either a mudstone or a siltstone. The next steps for the team are to finish processing this sample with Chimera and then put small portions into the SAM and Chemin instruments for analysis of chemistry and mineralogy. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back soon for more updates.
I'm Scott McCloskey, Drill Systems Engineer for the Mars Science Laboratory, and this is the Curiosity Rover Report. We began our first drilling campaign at the site we named John Klein. John Klein is an area that has a set of flat, platy rocks that are perfect for the first use of the drill. We were able to place the arm safely and drill vertically down into the rock to collect as much sample as possible. We started by making a small divot to test the hammering mechanism in the drill. This worked perfectly, so we proceeded on to make a mini hole. Our mini drill test drilled 2 centimeters down into the rock. We compared the tailings created by the mini drill to the extensive set of test rocks that we've drilled here on Earth at JPL and determined that the materials that we see on Mars are safe to ingest into the system. After these preparations, we were all very excited to move on to the big event. We drilled 6.5 centimeters down into the rock. We used the camera on the end of the arm to take pictures. Here we see 2 holes. First on the right is the mini drill hole. In the center of the picture we have the full hole. The gray tailings tell us that there's something different about the inside of this rock than the surface of the rock. In the coming weeks, one of the things that we're trying to do with this first hole is to use this gray powder that we collect to clean the internal surfaces of the drill. We do that by moving the arm and swishing the powder around. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates.
Hello, I am Justin Mackey, and I am the Engineering Camera Team Lead on the Mars Science Laboratory mission and a member of the MSL Science Camera Team, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. The rover has been investigating the Yellowknife Bay area as part of an effort to pick the exact location of our first drill activity on Mars. The images being returned by Curiosity show a diverse collection of interesting features, including sedimentary rocks, pebbles, cracks, nodules, and veins. The vein features are seen as a bright white material, and we see them just about everywhere we look in Yellowknife Bay. The ChemCam instrument has found that these veins contain elevated levels of calcium sulfate, likely in the form of basanite or gypsum. Gypsum veins are also seen here on Earth and are associated with water percolating through cracks in fractured rocks. The exciting news from all of this analysis is a candidate site where Curiosity will conduct its first drilling activity. This site is located only a few meters away from the rover's current location and lies in a flat area suitable for drilling. The team hopes to drill directly into one of the veins, place the powder into the SAM and Chemin analytical instruments. These instruments will give us detailed information about the composition of the material. We'll be driving over there in the next few days. On our way over to the drill site, we're planning on using the rover's wheels to crush some of the nearby veins and examine the freshly broken material. This image from Sol 135 shows an example of how the rover can break open soft rocks with its wheels, revealing the freshly exposed material. I'm Justin Mackey, and this has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more reports.
Hello, I am Justin Lin, Mobility Downlink for the Mars Science Laboratory mission, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Over the winter holidays, Curiosity was parked at a location dubbed Grandma's House at Yellowknife Bay. At this location, Curiosity took a series of images to create panoramas of the surrounding area. In addition, the team downloaded as much data as possible from Curiosity to free up the onboard data storage space to give her a fresh start to the new year. Once the new year approached, Curiosity was ready to spin her wheels and stretch her arm. She started off with a 3-meter drive to an interesting feature called Snake River. Over time, dust has accumulated on all the rocks, and it hides features such as fissures, inclusions, or pits that are of interest. At this location, the team selected a rock for the first time use of the dust removal tool. The tool has a set of spinning metallic brushes, and this allows for the features to be exposed for unobstructed APXS or ChemCam observations. While these activities are taking place, the team is searching for a suitable rock to test out the rotary percussive drill. This is a very exciting activity because it will be the first time that we will be drilling into a rock, acquire a sample from deep within the rock, and also sort and transport it to the science instruments on board Curiosity. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check back for more updates.
Hi, I'm Colette Lohr, Tactical Uplink Lead on the Mars Science Laboratory mission, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Recently, the rover drove by an outcrop called Shaler, where we used Curiosity's chemistry and camera, or ChemCam instrument, and mast camera to look at the rock's composition and observe its layering. Then from Shaler, we drove another 50 meters or so, and we descended roughly half a meter into a location called Yellowknife Bay, making science observations along the way. The team is now searching in earnest for a suitable rock for our first drill activity after the holidays. This has been a really exciting time for the team because we've started to do what we call discovery-driven planning. And this is when we, in a sense, hand the rover keys to the science team. In the early part of any mission, much of what the rover does is pre-scripted as we kind of perform checkouts and do first-time activities. But in recent sols, or Martian days, the science team has really had more freedom to send the rover where the science takes them. These days, the team's busy preparing to preload the rover with 11 sols of activity over the course of 2 Earth days, and this is going to allow us to spend the holidays with our friends and families. This capability will come in handy when we experience solar conjunction coming up in April. This is where the sun positions itself between the Earth and Mars, and that's going to interrupt our ability to communicate with Curiosity for upwards of 2 weeks. Curiosity is expected to drive another 30 meters to a location the team has informally dubbed as Grandma's house. This is where she'll spend the holidays, acquiring a 360-degree panorama from within Yellowknife Bay. A small team will still be on hand working during this period to monitor Curiosity's health. On behalf of the Mars Science Laboratory mission, we wish you all a very happy holiday and look forward to many new adventures with Curiosity in the new year.
Hi, I'm Jeff Bajsadecki, a rover planner and flight software developer, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. After busily exploring the Glenelg region of Gale Crater, Curiosity is moving on. The rover is starting a 5-mile or about 8-kilometer trek southwest towards the foothills of Mount Sharp. Last fall we found a great path into Glenelg. Now we're going back the same way so we can quickly be on our way. Here is a view of our recent Sol 327 drive. We're looking westward from above Glenelg, where you can see our inbound and outbound tracks. And here's a look at that drive displayed on terrain meshes created from Curiosity's stereo navigation cameras. A terrain mesh is a 3D representation of the ground. This was a 40-meter long directed drive. That's when we tell Curiosity to just drive towards the day's goal without stopping along the way to look for and avoid hazards. 40 meters is about as far as the NavCam terrain meshes can reach. The orange lines show the path that the front wheels will take, and the red marks show where individual arc and turn commands will be started. The green box shows the corral given to Curiosity as part of her drive plan. She will not go outside it. The red and white marker shows the goal location. Images and animations like these are how rover planners document and present drives for the rest of the team. This directed driving mode is how we'll start each of our drives to Mount Sharp. To extend our drives further, we'll use the autonomous navigation mode that was part of Curiosity's recent software update. It enables Curiosity to decide on her own when to periodically stop and image the terrain in front of her. She can then look out for large rocks and ditches and drive around them. Using this mode, we hope to cover at least 100 meters per day. Here's a map view of our upcoming drive. We expect to get one final good look at the tracks laid down last year. Curiosity should end this drive, as seen in the orange path, just south of the older tracks. And meanwhile, Curiosity's odometer is close to reaching the 1 kilometer mark. Just a couple more drives should do it. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check back for more updates.
Hi, I'm Justin Mackey, the Engineering Camera Team Lead and Mastcam Deputy PI, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. One of the things that's so exciting about the Curiosity mission is that the rover takes so many pictures. And we've received a lot of questions about the cameras on the rovers, and we're here to answer some of those questions. The Curiosity rover actually has 17 cameras on it, which is the most of any NASA planetary mission ever. We start with the Marte, or the Mars Descent Imager, which you may recall took pictures as the rover was landing on Mars. Then we have the MALI instrument, which is the camera mounted on the end of the arm, and that takes close-up, high-resolution color photos. Down here we have the hazard avoidance cameras, or the HAZCAMs. There are 4 of these in the front and 4 in the back, and they're used to take pictures of the terrain near the wheels and nearby the rover. Up here in the mast, we have the cameras that take most of the pictures for the mission. We have the navigation cameras, which take pictures that are used to drive the rover. We have the mast cameras, which are color imagers used to do geology investigations. And then finally, we have the remote microscopic imager, which is part of the ChemCam laser instrument, and that's used to document the laser spots that the rover makes on the surface. Many of the black and white images that come back from the rover are from the engineering cameras, such as the HAZCAMs or the NavCams shown here. The reason that they're black and white, or grayscale as we call it, is because that's all the rover really needs in order to detect rocks and other obstacles. Other cameras are color, such as the Mastcam imagers, and the reason that they're color is because the scientists use the color information to learn about the soil and the rocks. The rover has 2 different types of cameras. There are 1 megapixel black and white imagers for the engineering cameras and 2 megapixel color imagers for the science cameras. Yes, in fact, we already have taken video. In addition to the video that we took when the rover was descending onto the surface, we've taken movies of the soil being shaken in the scoop. The reason that we don't see more video is because the video files are pretty large, and because we have a limited downlink each day, the scientists prefer to take still images of new targets. The rover takes panoramic photos, much like you do with your smartphone. By taking individual pictures and then moving between the frames, you can acquire a collection of pictures that you can then stitch together into a single panorama. The rover does the same thing. We move the cameras between each individual pictures and stitch them together on the ground. The rover is able to take its own picture using its robotic arm. Because the arm is 2 meters long, the rover is able to place the cameras out in front of itself and high above the rover deck. The self-portrait appears as though it's taken from a single wide-angle lens camera out in front of the rover, but it's actually a series of individual images stitched together. As this animation shows, the rover is imaging the deck while the arm is behind the camera. And then to image the ground, we spin the arm around 180 degrees and image the terrain. And again, the arm is behind the camera when taking these pictures. And when we stitch them all together, you don't see the arm in any of the pictures. We hope this answers some of your questions about cameras and Curiosity, our robotic photographer on Mars. I'm Justin Mackey, and this has been your Curiosity Rover Report.
I'm Ashwin Vasavada, Deputy Project Scientist for the Mars Science Laboratory mission, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. It's been a fantastic 300 sols. Actually, the discoveries began even before landing. On the way to Mars, Curiosity's Radiation Assessment Detector, or RAD, measured the high-energy radiation from within the capsule that enclosed the rover. These measurements will help NASA protect astronauts when they fly within spacecraft and are exposed to deep space radiation. Turns out that it's equivalent to getting a full-body CT scan every 5 or 6 days. By using Curiosity's data, NASA will learn how much shielding is needed to reduce the risk to astronauts. After touching down on Mars, Curiosity drove away from Bradbury Landing toward a region called Glenelg, where 3 types of terrain come together. We were hoping that one of these terrains, consisting of light-toned and fractured bedrock, might teach us something about an ancient dry riverbed that we spotted from orbit. This river appeared to have started high on the rim of Gale Crater and flowed toward the site where Curiosity landed, spreading sediment in a fan across the crater floor. Even before we got to Glenelg, we began to see slabs of a rock called a conglomerate. By studying the size of the pebbles within the conglomerate, and by noting how rounded they had become, the team was able to conclude that they were carried by water ankle deep to hip deep, flowing at about walking speed and extending for at least a few miles. Curiosity actually set her wheels within an ancient stream bed. Getting back to the present, Curiosity just finished drilling her second rock in Yellowknife Bay in order to confirm the remarkable discovery of an ancient habitable environment, and to see if there's any variation among the rocks within Yellowknife Bay. We're now headed in the direction of our ultimate destination, Mount Sharp, 5 miles and several months away. Along the journey, the science team will continue to explore for evidence related to the habitability of ancient Mars. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates.
I'm Avi Okan, the lead hardware engineer for the drill, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Here we are with Curiosity's Earthbound test double in the Mars yard here at JPL. Curiosity has been repositioned to a second rock target. That's where she will sample it with her drill. The second sample is intended to confirm the results from her first drilling, which is where we found evidence of an ancient environment favorable to microbial life. After drilling, Curiosity will process and deliver the sample to her analytical instruments. A lot of you may have been wondering how we get sample from the drill or the scoop into the instruments back in the rover. So to collect the sample from the rock, we don't just pick up, drill into the rock, and drop off the sample directly. It's a little more complicated than that. And I will use this model of the drill bit assembly to illustrate. Is as we drill the hole, the powder gets conveyed up this tube and gets stored into the chamber inside the drill bit assembly. Then, to move the powder out of the drill bit, we use the robotic arm's wrist and turret joint and the vibration caused by the drill's percussion mechanism to move the sample like so. We continue this motion to deliver it to the chimera, which is the sample processing and delivery device. So the drill sample comes up through the sample transfer tube into the chambers into chimera. As we open her up, we could see where the sample comes in from the drill. Then we would send the sample up through the scoop to take a picture of it. Once we do that, we then move the sample through the sieve and into the portion box to create a portion for the instruments inside the belly of Curiosity. And those portions are the size of a baby aspirin tablet. To get the sample to the instruments is similar to this puzzle game that I have on my phone, where we move the sample through a series of chambers using gravity and vibration. Curiosity uses gravity instead of mechanisms to move sample because there are fewer moving parts. So now I'll show you using these BBs in this model how we move the sample from the reservoir into the scoop. And there it is. Curiosity could do this a lot better than I can. Now the sample's in the scoop, it still has a long way to go to get into the sieve and into the portion box to be delivered into Sam and Kemen in the belly of the rover. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates.
Hi, I'm Rick Welch, Tactical Operations Mission Manager, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. As many of you know, Curiosity was in a period called solar conjunction. During this time, Mars and Earth are on opposite sides of the Sun. It can be hard to communicate between the rover and Earth during this time, and so we did a minimum set of science, and we all took a well-deserved spring break. Our first activity after solar conjunction was to update Curiosity software. We developed that software here on Earth and tested it out in our testbed to make sure it worked right. We then sent it up to the rover. This new software has capabilities to allow Curiosity to navigate on her own, something we call autonomous navigation, or AutoNav. Up until now, Curiosity's just used basic driving, or what we call blind driving, where the rover planners here on Earth do most of the planning for her. The AutoNav capability will really help Curiosity select safe routes and make better progress each day. Another update was for additional onboard safety checks for the ChemCam instrument. ChemCam's telescopic eye can be sensitive to the sun. It's therefore important that we never point directly at the sun for a long period of time with the ChemCam. We've updated the onboard software to calculate where the sun is and make sure that the ChemCam doesn't get pointed in the wrong direction. The plans for upcoming activities include getting calibration images from the navigation cameras at the top of Curiosity's mast. We switched to the B-side computer before solar conjunction, and this meant we also switched to using a different set of navigation cameras. The calibration images will help ensure that the cameras are working properly before we drive to a new location. And we may be drilling again soon. Scientists and engineers have been hard at work looking for new targets and where we could drill. One such target is just a few meters west from the rover and could be a potential second drill site. We're planning a short drive or bump into this position, hopefully by the end of this week, so we'll be ready for our second drilling campaign. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check back for more updates.
I'm Ashwin Vasavada, the Mars Science Laboratory Deputy Project Scientist, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Curiosity has been continuing the analysis of the John Klein area, where it drilled into rock and acquired its first sample of rock powder. After delivering a number of small portions to Sam and Kemen, Curiosity dumped the remaining material in two piles. One pile is made up of material that went through a sieve, the rest wasn't sieved. We put those piles near the original holes so that instruments on Curiosity's arm and mast, like ChemCam, could study them all together. Curiosity's science team reported their progress in unraveling the different chemical compositions of rocks, soil, and dust. The ChemCam team fired a series of laser shots right down the side of the drill hole, revealing how composition changes with depth. In spite of all the busy work on the rocks and dust, Curiosity occasionally does take time to stop and smell the atmosphere. The SAM instrument took a deep breath last week in order to look at a gas called argon. SAM compared the amount of light argon, argon-36, and a heavier form, argon-38. SAM found that the mix of argon at Mars today is heavier than in the Earth's atmosphere, the Sun, and in Jupiter. These measurements are evidence that Mars once had a thicker atmosphere, and much of it was lost long ago. That would help explain the evidence for rivers and lakes in the past, in spite of the cold and dry conditions today. Through the month of April, Mars will be behind the Sun as seen from Earth. This planetary alignment, called solar conjunction, happens every 26 months. Because the Sun can disrupt radio signals between Curiosity and Earth, we won't send any more commands to Curiosity until we know that they'll be safely received. In the meantime, the operations team will listen for a daily signal from the rover, letting us know that it's healthy and continuing to study the weather and space radiation all on its own. We'll plan to pick up science operations once again in early May. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check back for more updates.
Hi, I'm Mark Maimone, Rover Planner and Mobility Engineer on the Mars Science Laboratory mission. I'm here with the Curiosity Engineering Model at JPL's Mars Yard, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Out here in the Mars Yard is where we develop the software that Curiosity will use to drive autonomously. We can test all kinds of situations out here. We can put rocks in its way and dig holes and watch what happens and see how it responds to different terrain situations. For the past year, Curiosity has been driving on Mars following instructions from human rover planners. But now we have a new capability that's coming online, something that'll let Curiosity drive herself on Mars. This is called autonomous navigation. Humans are still in the loop. We're going to tell her where to go. Curiosity is going to decide how to get there. Curiosity takes pictures from the navigation cameras, the hazard cameras, and it's able to combine that information, put it all together to find a safe way to get to where we asked her to go. And that capability is going to let us drive much farther than before. This is an animation showing Curiosity's first autonomous drive on Mars. The drive lasted about 10 meters, and you can see in the animation that she turned her camera this way and that to look at what's ahead of her. And you can also see that she didn't just go in a straight line, she actually curved a little bit to the right to avoid some of the small rocks directly in front of her. Another part of the autonomous navigation capability is using visual odometry. Visual odometry uses images from mass cameras to look at the terrain before and after a small drive step. Curiosity will see a few hundred features and see how they moved across the step. And by tracking those features, she can know exactly how far she moved, whether she slipped or twisted a little bit during the drive. And with that knowledge, the knowledge of where Curiosity is and the knowledge of what the terrain looks like, we get really strong information to drive safely into areas even that no human has seen before at enough resolution to know that it's safe. And now you can see the actual speed that Curiosity moves on Mars. It's only about 2 inches per second. Kind of slow, but it gets where it's going and it has enough power to climb over any obstacles in its way. And this is a look at a real autonomous drive in JPL's Mars Yard. We don't need to do this kind of testing every day, but we still come out here as we're writing new software. So for the next few months, we're looking forward to putting pedal to the metal and heading toward Mount Sharp, maybe stopping a few times along the way for some science observations. This has been your Curiosity Rover Update. Please come back for more reports.
I'm Colette Lohr, Tactical Uplink Lead for Curiosity's Mission Operations Team, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Curiosity has continued trailblazing the road to Mount Sharp, racking up just over 1¼ miles or 2 kilometers on her odometer. She's been making steady progress since leaving the region known as Glen Elg in July. We still have just under 5 miles or 8 kilometers left to go before we reach Mount Sharp. Curiosity has continued to gather science data on her journey. She recently captured the 2 moons of Mars, Phobos and Deimos, in occultation. This movie shows the larger moon Phobos passing in front of the smaller moon Deimos, and was taken using the mass camera telephoto lens. While we have now traversed beyond Glen Elg, we haven't left this region completely behind. The rover is able to store samples in Chimera. Chimera is our tool for manipulating rock and soil samples and delivering these samples to our instruments. Curiosity processed a rock powder sample that she had carried with her for 75 sols from our second drill target. She delivered it to the SAM instrument located in the belly of the rover. SAM, or Sample Analysis at Mars, is our onboard organic chemistry lab. Scientists will be releasing the results of their analysis sometime in the future. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check back for more updates.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, Mr. President. I just wanted to call and say congratulations to the entire Mars Science Laboratory team. What you accomplished embodies the American spirit, and your passion and your commitment is making a difference. You guys have done an outstanding job. You made us all proud. Curiosity is going to be telling us things that we did not know before and laying the groundwork for an even more audacious undertaking in the future, and that's the human mission to the Red Planet.
To recap here, we have a set of go, no-go criteria. We want to make sure that the vehicle is healthy and safe. I will give everybody a heads up about 15 minutes in advance of when we're expecting data.
Images are coming down, and everything looks good, really. Okay, we're getting image data.
Congratulations, everybody. It looks like we've got some nice new images to look at on the surface, and great job.
That great things take many people working together to make them happen is one of the fantastic things of human existence.
Not only have we driven the rover, we've removed its arm, put it all through its paces, but it's been in a thermal vacuum chamber and kept very cold. Parts of it have been in a centrifuge. We've done drop tests, pull tests, drive tests, load tests, stress tests. Just an amazing amount of testing this vehicle has gone through. We've tried every way of operating the vehicle using the software, literally thousands and thousands of hours of software testing. It's been just an amazing several years, really, of constant testing and development, finding problems, fixing those problems, and going on to the next problem. I think she's ready to go.
LC, this is the LD on channel 1. LC, you have permission to launch.
Roger, proceeding with the count.
T-minus 10, 9, 8.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
1.
Am I confident that she's going to go and she's going to be successful? Absolutely. It's going to go and she'll be good.
We should have parachute deploy around Mach 1.7. The parachute is deployed. We are decelerating. Beach shell has separated. We've found the ground. Standing by for back shell separation. We are in powered flight. We're at altitude of 1 kilometer descending. Standing by for sky crane. Sky crane is started. Touchdown confirmed. We're safe on Mars. Time to see where our Curiosity will take us.
What a fantastic demonstration of what our nation and our agency can do. I could only think of the words of Teddy Roosevelt as I was sitting there. It is far better to dare mighty things even though we might fail, than to stay in a twilight that knows neither victory nor defeat. And the team brought us victory today.
Today, right now, the wheels of curiosity have begun to blaze the trail for human footprints on Mars. This is an amazing achievement.
Well, today on Mars, history was made on Earth. The successful landing of Curiosity marks what is really an unprecedented technological tour de force. It will stand as an American point of pride far into the future.
We've got a long mission ahead of us, and because of that and the capabilities of this rover, we have this possibility for just monumental science accomplishments.
Within 2 months, the team found an ancient riverbed, evidence of flowing water.
We have found a habitable environment that is so benign and supportive of life that probably if this water was around and you had been on the planet, you would have been able to drink it. Hi, I'm John Grotzinger. I'm the project scientist for Mars Science Laboratory mission, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Curiosity's got some great new findings. We've been able to find a place on Mars where we can actually date a rock. That means we don't have to have astronauts to bring them back to Earth like we did back in the 1960s. We simply drill the rock, put it into the instrument, and it's able to give us the age at which time the rock formed. One of the big things that Curiosity is trying to do is explore and find organic carbon on Mars. It turns out this carbon depends on how old the rock is that it's inside of. And so some rocks have been exposed recently to the Martian atmosphere, and others have been exposed for a long time. And the ones that have been exposed for a long time have received more radiation damage, which is bad for the preservation of organics. So the good thing about this is we can now put this knowledge to use, and as we explore in the future, we're going to be able to find the younger surfaces where we think they might preserve better signs of organic carbon. As we learned how to explore with Curiosity, we discovered that the rocks that we have drilled are actually part of much thicker packages, much longer lived intervals of geologic time. And so we have a long-lived, habitable environment that's actually younger than what we may have expected when we first came to Gale Crater. And this means that other similar places on Mars that are also relatively young, that have such clay-bearing rocks, could have also been habitable. So in addition to this, Curiosity has now been making measurements for over a year on the surface of Mars of the amount of radiation an astronaut would feel if they were walking around on the surface of Mars. And what we find right now is that the levels are not too high. On the other hand, we haven't had any big solar storms yet, so most of the radiation comes from the background cosmic radiation. The measurements are important because they will allow NASA scientists to understand how much radiation an astronaut on Mars would have to withstand. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report, and be sure to check back for more updates. We're flying in towards Mount Sharp, located in the center of Gale Crater on Mars. And to give you a sense of scale, Gale Crater has the diameter of the big island of Hawaii, and Mount Sharp is taller than the highest mountain in the lower 48 United States. As we descend to about 500 feet, we're going to be seeing some of the terrains that Curiosity has been exploring. To begin with, we're going to look at Yellowknife Bay, which is this arcuate rim of rock, a little cliff there, and that's where she discovered clays and an ancient habitable environment on Mars. But we had to drive there from where we landed, which is this mound-shaped hummocky terrain that was safe, and you can see how it's flatter. We landed right in the middle of that. Now in late 2013, Curiosity is driving her way through this terrain. It's kind of etched and rough and rugged. On the left, we also have a field of dark-colored sand dunes, and we're trying to find a place where there's a gap in the sand dunes because we don't feel it's safe to cross over the sand dunes with the rover. We'd rather do it on hard rock. We would guess that sometime towards the middle of 2014, we will arrive at this place where there's a break in the sand dunes. It's a place that's special to us because it represents interesting geology, and the topography is also interesting. We call it Murray Buttes, named after Bruce Murray, who was a pioneer in the field of planetary geology. When you look down here, you can see all these small buttes and mesas, and each one of those buttes is about 5 to 10 meters high, and each one of the buttes is about the length or width of a football field. You can see that sort of valley that goes through the middle of them there. And that's where Curiosity will wend her way through this rough terrain. We hope making interesting discoveries, and most importantly, signifying the transition between the first half of the mission, which was exploring the plains we landed on, and the second half of the mission, which is exploring the flank and climbing up Mount Sharp.
Hi, my name is Matt Heverly. I'm a rover driver, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. The rover recently drove over a sand dune we call Dingo Gap. This was in order to get to an area on the other side known as Moonlight Valley. This area has much gentler terrain with fewer sharp rocks. The rate of wear of the wheels has increased over the last few hundred meters. And we think that's because we're in a different type of terrain, where the rocks are really especially sharp and well cemented into the ground. We're here at JPL in the Mars yard, and we're using the Scarecrow rover, and this rover weighs on Earth what Curiosity weighs on Mars. We're driving the rover and its wheels over some man-made obstacles that resemble some of the sharpest rocks that we might see on Mars. And the wheels are made out of aluminum, and we're using these wheels and this rover and these obstacles to understand really what's going on and how these rocks can cause damage to the wheels. We're also looking at different strategies to try and minimize this and avoid some of these rocks. Now that the rover's in the Moonlight Valley, we're able to increase its drive distance each sol. Because of the terrain, it's a little more favorable for the wheels. In fact, the rover just crossed its 5K mark, and a lot of people here at JPL went on a 5K run to celebrate with the rover. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates.
Hi, my name is Katie Stack, and I'm a Curiosity Rover mission scientist here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. After 2 years and nearly 9 kilometers of driving, we finally arrived at the base of Mount Sharp. Before we even arrived at Gale Crater, we used our orbital images to begin our exploration of Mount Sharp. What we found was an important boundary, separating the sediments of the Gale Crater floor and the layers of lower Mount Sharp. The rover is now here at this important boundary. An earlier path to Murray Buttes would have delayed our arrival at lower Mount Sharp. However, a couple of months ago, we decided to take a different path because it was more scientifically interesting, and that brought us to Pahrump Hills, where we're encountering the rocks of Lower Mount Sharp nearly 2 kilometers before we originally expected. This bright outcrop is Pahrump Hills. It's about 15 meters across. At this location, we're looking forward to obtaining our first drilled sample of Lower Mount Sharp, and while we're excited about what we may find here, our exploration of Mount Sharp is really just beginning. As originally planned, we'll be exploring Mount Sharp layer by layer. Along the way, we'll be encountering a number of interesting geologic features where we're looking forward to continuing our search for ancient habitable environments in Gale Crater. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates.
I'm Marissa Hines. I'm a Curiosity Rover planner, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Today we're celebrating Curiosity's second Earth year on Mars. That means that she's been on the surface more than 700 Martian days. Curiosity's first year was primarily focused on science, mainly due to all of the interesting places that we found right around the area where we landed. For the second year, we've been much more focused on driving. She has about 3 kilometers to go before we reach the base of Mount Sharp. The team has carefully selected a path through a series of sand-filled canyons along the way. The goal is not to drive through the middle of these canyons where the sand is the deepest, but to sort of pick a path off to the side of them where we are on solid but soft terrain to take care of the wheels as we continue the journey. We plan to make a couple of brief stops along the way, places that we've designated as scientifically interesting. We'll go ahead and take the opportunity to study those areas so that we have a better understanding of what's ahead as we approach the mountain. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates. Happy anniversary, Curiosity!
I'm Ashwin Vasavada, Deputy Project Scientist.
I'm Matt Heverly, a rover driver.
And this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Curiosity has been on Mars for 1 Mars year. That's 687 Earth days. Our goal over that time was to find a habitable environment, and we did. We found a lake bed on Mars that we drilled into and found the ingredients and conditions that could have supported microbial life if life ever was on Mars.
It hasn't all been smooth sailing for the rover on Mars. After we left Yellowknife Bay, where we did our first drilling, we noticed that the wheels were taking much more damage than we had expected. Sharp, embedded rocks in the surface of Mars were really giving trouble to our wheels. We think we understand what's causing those holes from a lot of tests that we've done here in the Mars yard and a lot of analysis of the terrain from our orbital images. One of the other things we've done here in the Mars yard to understand the wheel wear issue is we built a half of a rover that we're driving over the simulated terrain so we can watch how the wheels really wear. We think we've got new techniques to be able to drive the rover safely and identify some safe paths.
Using our new driving techniques, we made it to a site called the Kimberley, where Curiosity drilled its 3rd drill hole of the mission. We drilled into a site where water flowed across the surface and deposited a series of sandstones. We drilled into one of those sandstones, acquired rock powder, and fed it to our 2 analytical laboratories located inside the rover body.
While the rover was at the Kimberley doing its drilling campaign, it even took some time to take a selfie. It reached out its robotic arm, just like me with my camera phone, and it used the Molly to take a series of pictures that it stitched together to take its self-portrait. The rover took a selfie before drilling and after, so you can even see where it drilled a hole on Mars. As we drive from the Kimberley to Murray Buttes at the base of Mount Sharp, we tried to identify the best path for the rover. This means driving through sand. We took the Scarecrow rover to the Mojave Desert, where we drove over similar sandy terrain to make sure that we know what's going to happen once we get there. The focus of the mission is really now on driving as we approach the base of Mount Sharp. In our first Martian year, we've driven almost 8 kilometers of total distance with the rover. We get a little bit closer to the base of that mountain every day.
Over the next few months, the science team is really excited to get to Mount Sharp, where we think the layered rocks there have captured the major climate changes in Mars history. We can't wait to get there and figure it all out, but it's going to take a lot of driving. You ready, Matt?
Ready.
Let's do it.
SAM stands for the Sample Analysis at Mars Instrument Suite. It's really one of the most complex analytical chemistry laboratories ever sent to the surface of the red planet. It's been miniaturized to fit right into the body of the Mars Science Laboratory Curiosity rover. One of the major goals of the Mars Science Laboratory mission is to search for habitable environments in Gale Crater. And by habitable environments, what I'm talking about are environments that could have supported life. So there are several pieces of big news that SAM has found. The first is the discovery of methane. Now, methane has been found previously in the Martian atmosphere by both Earth-based telescopes and spaceborne orbiters. But this is the first time that we've actually seen a sharp increase and decrease in the abundance of methane in the atmosphere in Gale Crater. And what this really means is that present-day Mars is an active environment. Now, at this point, we don't know the origin of this methane. It could be biological, from maybe methanogenic bacteria deep in the subsurface releasing methane, but there are non-biological explanations as well, such as water-rock interactions in the subsurface that could also produce the methane signals that we're seeing. The second exciting discovery from SAM is the detection of Martian organic compounds. We found several different types of organic molecules, including chlorinated alkanes and chlorobenzene, compounds that are not common on Earth, in a mudstone that was deposited in an ancient lakebed environment in Gale Crater. This is a really exciting discovery because we've been looking for organic compounds for decades on the surface of Mars, and this is the first time that we've actually found Martian organic material in the surface. Now, at this point, we don't have enough evidence to tell us whether or not the organics we're finding are biological or non-biological in origin. There are several viable non-biological explanations, including this organic material could have come down from space, from meteorites or comets, or organics can be formed by geological reactions in the rock itself. Now, what's exciting about this discovery is it gives us new hope in the search for chemical evidence of life. We found the organic material. Now, the next step is trying to figure out what its origin is. So in addition to the measurements made by SAM on Mars, we've had to do hundreds of laboratory experiments back on Earth to simulate the conditions on the surface of the red planet in order to convince ourselves that the organic material we were detecting by SAM was really Martian in origin and not something that we had brought with us to Mars. So although at this point in the mission we can't conclude that there was definitively life on Mars, the SAM discoveries have really shown us that all of the basic ingredients for life were there, including complex organic compounds, the building blocks of life. Now, with the detection of organics in Gale Crater, the probability that Gale Crater Lake could have supported life goes up.
I'm Ashwin Vasavada, Deputy Project Scientist for the Mars Science Laboratory mission, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Curiosity has spent the last 2 months studying the first rocks that we can tie to the base of Mount Sharp, the 3-mile-high mountain in the center of Gale Crater. This is our first look at what the mountain's made of. We're now more sure than ever that we're going to learn a lot about the early history of Mars, its changing climate, and the potential for Mars to support life. To tell you why we were so excited, we have to go back a few months, when we were still a few miles away from Mount Sharp. At that point, our team started noticing distinct patterns in the rocks around us. There were tilted beds of sandstone, all facing south in the direction of Mount Sharp. The geologists in our team concluded that these tilted beds of sandstone formed where streams empty into standing bodies of water like lakes. The sediments carried by the flowing water sink when they enter the lake, forming a sloped wall that slowly advances forward as sediment continues to fall. In September of this year, Curiosity arrived at the rocks that form the base of Mount Sharp itself. What we found waiting for us was a new type of rock, one that forms when tiny particles of sediment slowly settle out within a lake, forming mud at the lake bottom. These mudstones are very finely layered, suggesting that the river and lake system was going through cycles of change. Our hypothesis is this: where now there is a mountain, there once was a lake. Over a span of perhaps millions of years, water flowed from the northern rim of Gale Crater towards the center, bringing sediment that slowly formed the lower layers of Mount Sharp. At any one time, the lake may only have been a few meters deep, just enough to form those sandstone deltas and thin layers of mud. But fluctuations in the water supply or the climate allowed this to happen over and over, slowly building up the mountain. Over the next few months, we'll continue to climb up the lower layers of Mount Sharp to see if our hypothesis for how it formed holds up. We'll also look at the chemistry of the rocks to see if the water that was once present would have been of the kind that could support microbial life if it ever was present. With only 30 vertical feet of the mountain behind us, we're sure there's a lot more to discover. I'm Ashwin Vasavada, and this has been your Curiosity Rover Report.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Trosper, the Deputy Project Manager on the Curiosity Rover, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. We landed on Mars over 1 Mars year ago with the purpose of studying Mount Sharp. We've driven 6 miles to get to the base of this incredible mountain. Exploring the foothills of Mount Sharp is like turning a history book page by page. As we look at each layer, we want to know what formed and deposited these layers and how are they related to each other. We also want to understand the potential for organic preservation in each of these layers. In preparation for drilling, we did some testing here in the Mars yard to understand how changing some of our drill parameters could help us be more effective at drilling softer and more breakable rocks like the ones we see at Pahrump Hills. We perform a mini drill on an adjacent rock, usually to understand the properties of the material we'll be drilling. Then we do a full drill, and if we confirm the sample won't clog our sample collection system, the next step is to transfer it to the instruments for analysis. Since it's such an interesting location, we expect to spend several weeks here systematically studying the rocks layer by layer. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates.
Hi, I'm Ashwin Vasavada, Project Scientist for the Mars Science Laboratory mission, and this is your special edition 3rd anniversary Curiosity Rover Report. It's a summer of milestones for Mars exploration. 50 years ago, Mariner 4 became the first spacecraft to take close-up pictures of Mars. 39 years ago, the Viking 1 lander became the first spacecraft to successfully land on the Red Planet. And now, Curiosity celebrates 3 years on Mars, operating well over 1,000 Martian days. Since its arrival in August 2012, Curiosity has driven nearly 11 kilometers from its landing site to the foot of Mount Sharp within Gale Crater. The first year was spent traversing through ancient streambeds and exploring Yellowknife Bay, the site of an ancient lake. That's where Curiosity drilled samples from the lake floor to reveal mineral evidence of long-lived fresh water. It also found carbon-containing organic molecules and nitrogen in a form usable to life. So, if life ever were present on Mars, a site like Yellowknife Bay could sustain it. Then Curiosity put the pedal to the metal to get to Mount Sharp. That's when engineers noticed excessive wear on the rover's wheels. A lot of work went into understanding the cause and how to avoid it. But now we're confident that the wheels can take us where we need to go. It's been quite a road trip. Curiosity drilled at the Kimberley, drove through long valleys, and took pictures of roadside geology before finally reaching the bedrock at the base of Mount Sharp. We spent several months studying these rocks at Pahrump Hills. The science team has been fascinated by all the signs of ancient water at Mount Sharp. It's likely that Gale Crater once hosted many rivers and lakes, carrying sediment to the crater floor that now forms the bottom layer of Mount Sharp. Now that we're climbing through the foothills of the mountain, the driving is challenging. The team relies on images from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to find safe paths to interesting geologic targets. Getting to the current rover location at Mariah's Pass required a steep climb up a 6-meter hill. As we climbed the hill, Curiosity's ChemCam laser spectrometer noticed unusually high amounts of silica in nearby rocks. What might that mean? Were the environmental conditions friendly or hazardous to life? Could the silica have preserved organic molecules in the rocks for us to study today? We're hoping to find out. None of this would be possible without the dedicated team of rover engineers here at JPL. Every day that we operate Curiosity, a downlink team studies the information sent by the rover and makes sure it's healthy and ready to proceed with the next activities. Then, an uplink team turns the desires of the scientists into sequences of commands that can be safely executed by the rover. It's an intense process that takes about 9 hours every day. So congratulations to the team and happy anniversary to Curiosity. Let's keep on going. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check back for more updates.
Hi, I'm Marissa Hines, one of Curiosity's rover planners, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Imagine you're about to take a road trip, and you want to travel from, let's say, Atlanta, Georgia to Los Angeles, and you have a week to get there. Well, you have to decide what roads you want to take and what stops you might make along the way, what things are most important for you to visit. Curiosity has a similar situation. Here is a zoomed out picture of where we are at Gale Crater. Pahrump Hills is up here at the top of the map, and eventually we have to cross over the Bagnall Dunes at this area and get across to the clay and hematite ridge that we want to study at the base of Mount Sharp. One of my jobs as part of the strategic route planning group is to use the orbital data that we have available to help find routes that are safe for Curiosity to traverse and allow the scientists to visit the things they find interesting. From there, the strategic route planning group developed a series of routes that we could review to find what we thought the best routes were through the corridor. On the highway map, you can see 2 different colors of routes. The white routes are the routes that the strategic group believes are the best for Curiosity's wheels. The black routes provide other options that allow the science team to get into more rugged terrain that we still think is safe and traversable for the rover. The science team decided after exiting Pahrump that the next place they really wanted to go was Logan Pass. So that allowed us to take the white route that we've now called the Lewis and Clark Trail. This red dot on the map represents our first opportunity to get a really good view of the southern region, so we stopped to take a really nice mass cam mosaic of that area. What makes Logan Pass really interesting is apparent in this mass cam image. You can see 2 distinct layers that come in contact with one another here at Logan Pass. The bottom layer being the Murray Formation, and the top layer being what we've called washboard that's been identified from the orbital imagery. After spending some time studying Logan Pass, Curiosity will get back on the Lewis and Clark Trail and head on down the road to its next destination. This has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Check back for more updates.
Hi, I'm Eileen Yingst. I'm the Deputy Principal Investigator for the Mars Hand Lens Imager, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. For the past several months, Curiosity has been exploring an area known as Pahrump Hills. Up until now, we've been using a linear approach. We always go forward, we don't go back. This allows us to cover the most territory in the least amount of time. That's not how a typical geologist would do it on Earth. On Earth, we'd use a walkabout. That is, we'd walk the site first to get a better idea of what it looks like and use that information to pick the best places for us to do our science. That's what we've done at Pahrump Hills. Curiosity is our robotic avatar on Mars, and as such, she uses her instruments in much the same way we would use our eyes and our hands during a walkabout. She has her cameras on the mast that allow us to get an idea of the area around us. We can use that information to pick a good site for contact science. Once we have that, we can use the MOLLE and the APXS to decide if that site is a good site to take a sample, which we can then put into our onboard laboratory. This more traditional approach has really allowed my camera, the MOLLE, to shine. And I mean that literally because MOLLE has her own light source. 2 banks of LEDs allow us to illuminate a target in any way and from any angle we choose, including letting us take images at night. This outcrop called Pink Cliffs, which is of interest to us because it has blade-shaped crystals in it. And these might have formed when water came through and left behind the chemicals for these crystals to form and grow. MOLLE is the perfect instrument for us to get a great look at these features. The walkabout at this point is now a tool in our toolbox that we can use as we continue our climb up Mount Sharp. This is Eileen Yingst, and this has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Be sure and check back for more updates.
I'm Ashwin Vasavada, project scientist for the Mars Science Laboratory, and this is your Curiosity Rover Report. Curiosity has completed its second Mars year at Gale Crater. I know what you're thinking. Didn't Curiosity land 4 years ago in August 2012? Well, those were Earth years. Since Mars is farther from the Sun, it takes nearly twice as long to make one circle around the Sun. Each Mars year lasts 687 Earth days. Even though Curiosity may be better known for driving around and drilling into rocks, it has quietly been compiling a comprehensive almanac of the Martian weather. For 2 full seasonal cycles, scientists can figure out which events occur year after year and which ones are unique. Mars has seasons, just like Earth. The similar tilts of Earth and Mars give both planets a yearly rhythm of seasons: spring, summer, fall, and winter. But there are some big differences. Temperatures in Los Angeles are pretty warm all year long, and they don't vary much between daytime and nighttime. But Mars is much further from the Sun and has a very thin atmosphere, so temperatures at Gale Crater are really cold. In the middle of summer, they're almost bearable for us human beings, but in the middle of winter and at night, they reach minus 130 degrees Fahrenheit, or minus 90 Celsius. Curiosity has measured water content and relative humidity over the Martian seasons. Even with this tiny amount of water, if temperatures get cold enough, the relative humidity goes up, and you can get clouds on the sky and frost on the ground. In the middle of winter and at night, relative humidities can reach as high as 70%, but so far, Curiosity has not detected any frost. Curiosity's long seasonal record also has given scientists some new clues to understanding methane in the Martian atmosphere. Curiosity saw a large spike in methane during its first year on Mars. It didn't repeat the next year, so we can rule out a seasonal cause. But there is a lower, background level of methane that does seem to vary with the seasons. Methane may be produced by microbes, but may also result from a number of non-biological processes. Other seasonal patterns have now become apparent as well. For example, spring and summer at Gale Crater are dusty, but in the fall and winter, the air gets remarkably clear. It's been a great 2 Martian years, and here's looking forward to a third. I'm Ashwin Vasavada, and this has been your Curiosity Rover Report. Please check back for more updates. When the Curiosity rover climbed a ridge and the skies cleared up during Martian winter, we had the chance to take this amazing panorama, and I'm really glad we did. Curiosity is inside Gale Crater, a huge basin made by an impactor about 3.8 billion years ago. The mountains across the crater floor are actually the northern rim of the crater. They rise over a mile above the rover. It's so clear when we took this image that you can even see a hill outside the crater that is 50 miles away. I love how you can see Peace Vallis, a channel that once held a flowing river, like many others that formed lakes inside Gale Crater. This is also the first time we could look back and see everywhere we've been so far in the mission since landing in 2012. Here's the path we took. After landing, we drove to Yellowknife Bay before we turned southwest through Darwin, Cooperstown, and the Kimberley. The rover studied dark, wind-blown sand at Namib Dune. Curiosity then weaved between the Murray Buttes, checked out Ireson Hill, and made a tricky crossing of the Bagnall Dunes before reaching the ridge where it sits today and caught this amazing view.
In 2012, NASA's Curiosity rover went to Mars to explore Gale Crater, a large impact basin with a massive layered mountain in the middle. How did this strange landscape come to be? And what can its history teach us about the potential for life on Mars? After several years of exploration, here's what we think could have happened. Around 3.7 billion years ago, a large meteor impact blasts out the initial crater, cracking the rock below and leaving a central peak as the surface rebounds. It's a wetter time in Mars history. Groundwater seeps into the new crater, while rivers fed by rain or melting snow also flow in, forming a large lake and carrying in gravel, sand, and silt. This material keeps building up over millions of years, and as each layer cements into rock, it records a snapshot of the environment that shaped it. In time, the gradual drying of Mars shuts off the rivers, but sediment keeps piling up as sand and dust blow into the crater, deeply burying the deposits laid down in water. Meanwhile, groundwater remains deep below the dusty surface. At some point, winds that once carried sediment in begin scouring it back out. In areas closer to the crater rim, these winds dig all the way down into the ancient lake deposits. And as the heavy weight above is lifted, these layers crack, which helps groundwater flow through and alter them again before they dry out. By about 3 billion years ago, we're left with the basic form we see today. And it's in this version of Gale Crater that Curiosity has helped piece together the story. Sediment patterns show a lot of water was present, continually, over many millions of years, both as persistent groundwater and a long-standing lake with occasional dry spells. Mineral and chemical readings show that water from both the lake and subsurface was friendly for potential microbes. Drill samples from the lake bed show key elements, organic molecules, nutrients, and energy sources that microbes could have used. Water flowing through underground fractures could have supported life even in deeply buried rocks. And the composition of some layers makes them good for preserving potential signs of past life. Taken together, the evidence points to Gale Crater, and Mars in general, as a place where life, if it ever arose, might have survived for some time. With our primary mission fulfilled, we continue exploring, uncovering the history of Mars and learning more about how and where future missions can search for the signatures that ancient life may have left behind.
Since Curiosity landed on Mars in 2012, it's used its drill to acquire samples from Martian rocks 15 times. But a little over a year ago, in December of 2016, Curiosity's drill started giving it problems. The drill's feed mechanism, which is responsible for moving Curiosity's drill bit into and out of rocks, didn't move when commanded. When Curiosity drills into a rock the way it was designed to, the drill's 2 stabilizer posts touch the rock first to steady the arm while the drill's feed mechanism moves the bit forward into the rock. Without the feed mechanism working, we can't drill that way. To solve this problem, we do what we always do. We worked it out in the test bed using Curiosity's twin on Earth. Our team of engineers and scientists have been working for months to figure out a way to collect and deliver rock samples without using the feed mechanism. Here's what we came up with. Using our new technique called feed extended drilling, the stabilizers are not used. The bit is now in a forward position extended past the stabilizers. Moving the drill straight into a rock and retracting safely without the stabilizers is challenging. We move the arm instead of the feed mechanism to place the bit onto the rock and press it forward as it drills. After making contact, we apply a light preload and drill a shallow pilot hole. We use a force sensor in the robotic arm to give Curiosity a sense of touch. This lets Curiosity adjust its arm motion and avoid getting stuck while drilling, kind of like you might adjust your arm while drilling into a wall at home. After drilling, we use a similar technique to retract from the hole without getting stuck. We recently tried this method using Curiosity on Mars, and here's how it turned out. This picture shows the first hole drilled on Mars ever with this new drilling technique. Even though we can't see the hole in this image, we know we drilled about 1 centimeter deep, The hole itself is buried under the powder generated during drilling. This is a good sign for the new drilling method. Next, we have to drill a deeper hole to collect sample and demonstrate our new techniques for delivering the sample to Curiosity's 2 onboard labs. That will come in the days ahead.
For almost 7 years, NASA's Curiosity rover has been exploring Mars. Let's see where it is now. The rover is climbing a mountain, Mount Sharp, that is dry and sandy today. But 3.5 billion years ago, rivers, lakes, and groundwater could be found here. The white line shows where we'd like to send Curiosity over the next few years. Curiosity recently entered a valley between a ridge and cliffs higher up the mountain. We've been calling this area the clay unit because Mars orbiters have seen a strong clay signal here. That's exciting because clay minerals often form when water is around. From the ground, we can look for clues of ancient water. In these cliffs above the clay unit, the same orbiters see sulfate minerals. That could mean that water was drying up or becoming more acidic. Comparing the clay and sulfate layers could give us a better idea of how the Martian climate changed over time. Cutting through the sulfate layer is evidence of an ancient gushing river, Geddes Vallis Channel. In orbiter images, we've seen boulders and other debris that were probably washed out by the river. This channel formed after the clay and sulfate layers. It's a whole other chapter in the story of water on Mount Sharp. These features could teach us about more than just the mountain. They may help explain what changes were happening across Mars at the same time, and how that affected its ability to support life, if it ever existed here.
the terrain around the Curiosity rover is beginning to look very different. The rover has driven over 16 miles since landing in Gale Crater in 2012. This view is from 1,500 feet above our landing site. We're climbing the side of Mount Sharp, a very tall mountain in the center of the crater. All of this dark material is Martian sand that's made up of broken bits of volcanic rock. Can you see the ripples that were shaped by the wind? We had to drive around this massive sand sheet as we climbed Mount Sharp. Look how clear the air is. That's because it's winter, when there's less dust in the atmosphere. You can see all the way to the rim of Gale Crater, which is about 20 miles away. We spent the last several years investigating clay-rich rocks that formed in lakes. But now we're entering a region where rocks are filled with salty minerals called sulfates. These minerals form in drier conditions, so we think this area might show us how the ancient Martian climate was changing. We're starting to see lots of very cool, knobbly textured rocks like these. We think these veins and nodules were created by groundwater. Here we recently drilled our 32nd sample of the mission. By studying the chemicals and minerals in this rock, we can learn how the ancient environment was changing as we go from the clay region into the sulfate region. And these hills are different from anything we've seen on the lower mountain. They're rounded, unlike the ridges and mesas we've seen before. Now let's look ahead to where we're going. We'll soon be entering a narrow valley that should make for some amazing images. On the left is Rafael Navarro Mountain, named after one of the mission scientists who passed away in January of 2021. This nearby hill is huge. It's about the size of a 4-story building. This changing terrain is more than just fun to look at. It can teach us how Mars lost its water over time. How long did conditions that were favorable to life last? We're looking forward to finding out.
The Curiosity rover set out to answer a big question. Could Mars have supported ancient life? Now we know the answer, but there's still so much more to learn.
To help NASA's Curiosity rover safely explore the surface of Mars, engineers here on Earth use a nearly identical sibling named Maggie. This full-scale engineering model helps the team practice operations in the Mars yard at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I'm Raquel Villanueva, here with Curiosity Deputy Project Scientist Abigail Freeman. Her team is celebrating their 10th year on the Red Planet. Where has the rover traveled to in the past decade?
Well, we've spent the last basically 10 years Martian mountain climbing. Curiosity landed at the base of a big mountain named Mount Sharp that is made of layers of rocks. So we're climbing the mountain to give us a snapshot of Martian history. We've driven about 17.5 miles, and more impressively, we've climbed over 2,000 feet in elevation up the mountain. We're all the way up in these hills now. It's pretty spectacular.
With all that climbing, how is Curiosity doing?
Pretty good, actually. You know, all of our science instruments are working just about as good as they did when we landed. We have nearly our full capabilities. The arm and the drill and the rover, they're a little bit arthritic, so we have to be a little bit gentle when we use them. And our wheels are a little bit beat up. The wheels on Maggie look great, but we have some test wheels that we've really destroyed. The wheels on the rover are somewhere between these two. You know, we just drilled our 35th sample the other week, so still doing amazing science.
And how do you decide where the rover is going to go? Do you work with other NASA missions?
You know, the data from the Mars orbiters have been really helpful. The spectrometers, that's the kind of instrument on Odyssey and Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, have told us where the interesting minerals are and where the best places to go to look at changing environments are. And then in particular, the cameras on the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, they're so good and they're so helpful at allowing us to find the safest way that we can climb this mountain.
What would you say is the biggest discovery your team has made?
You know, Curiosity was sent to Mars in order to answer a really big question. Did Mars have all of the ingredients that we know life needed? And 10 years later, not only have we given that answer a definitive yes, but we've also seen that those ingredients were around for tens of millions of years.
And what's next for Curiosity?
We can see from orbit that we're getting to a place in the mountain that likely records a pretty dramatic change in the sorts of environments that were around. You know, the lakes that once filled Gale started to dry out, and we're getting to that period in time. So we're really interested in answering how long did these habitable environments persist as Mars and Gale Crater went through these pretty big climate changes. I just can't wait to see what's next. We've seen hints that the rocks are going to be very different very soon. And so I'm really curious what we're going to find.
Well, that is an exciting new chapter for you. And congratulations on 10 years. Thanks, Abigail.
Thanks so much.
To get the latest updates, follow @NASAJPL and @NASA on social media, or take a deeper dive on the mission websites at mars.nasa.gov.
The Curiosity rover has discovered lots of evidence of ancient lakes on Mars, but what we saw in this panorama surprised us. Curiosity is currently exploring Mount Sharp. You can see the upper part of the mountain here. The whole mountain is 3 miles tall, but we're down in the foothills. In 2022, the rover started exploring a unique feature on Mars called the marker band. It's a dark, thin layer of rock that stands out from the layers above and below it. We first saw it in orbiter images years before we launched. What created this winding layer of hard rock is a mystery, but Curiosity can help us understand what formed the marker band. We first discovered that the rocks within the marker band are really hard. Curiosity has faced some challenges drilling into them. Here's 2 of our attempts. But we might find a softer spot on the road ahead. Nearby, we found an exciting scientific clue. These rippled textures were created billions of years ago by waves in a shallow lake. We've climbed through many lake deposits during our mission, but have never seen wave ripples this clearly. This was especially surprising since the area we're in probably formed at a time when Mars was becoming more dry. Just above the rippled layer is another intriguing clue. These rocks have a very repetitive pattern in their spacing and thickness. We see lots of layers on Mars, but they're rarely this regular. We're not sure what caused this rhythmic pattern. Weather or climate cycles, like dust storms happening at periodic intervals, are possible explanations. Look at these gorgeous layered hills and cliffs that Curiosity is headed toward. If this was on Earth, we'd probably make it a national park. In the distance here, we can see debris in a valley called Geddes Vallis. This was washed down here by wet landslides very late in Mount Sharp's history. This landslide debris is probably the most recent evidence of water that we'll ever see. It will allow us to study layers higher up on Mount Sharp that we can't reach since they're so far up the mountain. Curiosity has driven through some amazing scenery, and we've learned so much about Mars's ancient climate. But even after 10 years, there's so much more to explore.